You're live.
We're live. Call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Member Donnie Bryant.
Present.
Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member William Bruner is absent. Member Mario Todd.
Here.
Assistant Police Chief Mike Lanning.
Present.
Attorney Leslie Votaw. Here. Mayor Dennis Carr.
Here.
And myself.
Okay. Approved minutes, we don't need to. Committee reports, we don't need to. New business, Leslie Votaw, amendments to SOPs.
Actually, I'll let Mr. Lanning take the charge.
What we have is a couple SOPs that we want to, well, one SOP, two SOPs that we wanted to add to our SOPs that we have now. And we amended one that was already a SOP in our standing operating procedure. I'll start with the first one, which is the ballistic vest policy. The reason for this to be inserted into the SOPs is the state requires us to have a ballistic vest policy in place for us to get grant money for when we, every 4 years, go to get new vests. So I don't know if you guys want me to read through all this, or if you guys have taken a look at it there and your thoughts on it. Any questions or?
Are you buying their first vest too, or?
Well, this would be the second or third year that we've actually got the grant money to purchase new vests. Lieutenant Miller has also got some quotes from 2 or 3 different ballistic vest companies. One from Stephen R. Jenkins out of Indianapolis, one from Roy Taylor's over here in Cincinnati, and which is now Gulls, by the way. It's Gulls bought Roy Taylor's
Was that
now.
one?
I'm sorry.
Y'all's did?
Yeah. And then the third quote will be from Vance's out of Columbus, Ohio. They're all similar, and the vests that we're looking to buy are similar. They've come out with so many new fabrics to make the vest lighter and more comfortable for the guys to carry and wear. But they require us to have a SOP stating that basically the guys will wear the vest for them to give us grant money to buy the vest.
I'm just kind of confused on the procedures where it says, talking about the uniform officers must wear, then it goes down talking about high risk and tactical situation. So is it, no matter what, it's day in and day out tour duty, they have to have vests on?
Correct. Correct. And what we've got now, what our guys wear now is what we call the outside carriers. They're the uniform carriers. I don't know if you've noticed any of them or not, but they actually look like our dress uniform. So if you look at it, you just think that he has his dress uniform on. And the reason why we went to those is basically A, comfort, and B, if they were to come into the office and sit down to say do an accident report or do a narrative for a case report, they could actually take that off, lay it down to the seat next to them, and be able to move and not be all bound up like the old vest that you had to wear underneath your shirt. So that's the reason why we went to the outside carrier, to make the guys more comfortable. But yes, with that being said, they do wear them anytime that they're outside of the building.
Does your reserves fall under this same SOP?
Yes. Lieutenant Miller is over the reserves, and they will also be required as well as part of our SOPs to wear their vest as well.
Are you gonna furnish them vests too?
Most of them already have vests, but I would say, yeah, with the grant money, if there's enough left over, yes, we will, because I think we have in the past.
Yeah, I know. I bought one there and I had to pay 50% of it. They're quite expensive.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
So you think this would be a good place to put this in would be with the dress code?
I believe so, yes. I mean, part of our dress code, that we would wear the ballistic vest, that they wear the ballistic vest.
So it looks like
A good deal.
there'd be plenty of room to add that afterwards. I don't know if it'd be dress code and then part 2 would be ballistic vest policy,
Correct.
probably?
Correct.
Okay. I do have a copy of the SOPs with me. There is a part that just says dress code, it starts on page 51, so,
Yeah, I believe it talks about the Class A, Class B, our actual dress for funeral uniforms that we have.
so, yeah, I think that seems like the logical place to put it, right? Unless you want to put it as a separate section, but maybe following that, I don't know.
That would be fine with us, yeah.
I mean, that's gonna be up to you guys, I just wanted to let the board know there's,
I mean, that does make sense.
So what about number 5 down there on the front page? Is it like an option either or, if you're,
I would think, yeah, for our detectives, it's an option. You know, I think that they, when they're out, if they're going to serve warrants, or if they're out knocking on somebody's door that they feel is a high risk, I would hope that they would have their vest on. You know, I know a lot of times when, you know, they go to serve search warrants, I know Donnie, I know Schneider, I know Shepherd, those guys have always had their vest on. They're outside carriers, they just throw it over their shirt and away they go. For the most part, our guys are phenomenal about wearing them, especially after the incident we had down on William Street. I mean, I think that was a huge eye opener for everybody. So, you know, they're really good about wearing them, and I think that was another reason why we decided to go with the outside carrier to make it more comfortable on them. They're gonna wear them, we'll make it as comfortable as we can.
What are you thinking, Mario? There should be more language there?
well, just, I don't know, in the administrative side, so if they're sitting in the office, I know we've got it armored and whatever else now, but I didn't know how policies were there.
You know, and that's why I said we went to the outside carriers, so that if the guys are inside the building doing a report or whatever, they can take them off and put them on the chair next to them, or, you know, so that they're more comfortable.
But I noticed when they come outside the building, if it's a smoke break or a chat break standing in front of the building.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, with the outside carriers that look like the uniforms,
Right.
you know, a lot of times you can't tell the difference. So it may look like they don't have it on, but they do.
I see.
Because the actual uniform carriers are the actual same material as the shirts, the polyester shirts they wear.
Okay.
So,
Mike,
if they immediately available at all times. You're talking about administrative then.
Both, yes,
Okay.
yes.
I'd be more happy to put a vest on Larry all day.
I didn't say that. That's your bailiwick. You're the boss down there. I mean, if you see you walk outside, you need a vest on, that's you.
I'll be sure to mention that tomorrow morning.
I'm just curious to say, are we responsible for that exposure too, though, you know?
Sure, I mean, and like I said, I've got mine in the back of my car. Anytime that, you know, I go on something that I feel is high risk, you know, mine is automatically on.
do you think that wording should be in that paragraph too? The cover us, that, you know, if they do step out of their vehicle for a tactical or any kind of, procedure, they have that on?
You know, is a traffic stop deemed a high risk?
Absolutely,
Always.
absolutely. But this actual policy that you see here was also wrote up by the International Association for Chiefs. That part of this comes from their website, you know.
I see.
So we can tweak it however we need to. I mean, if you wanted to add,
Well, I'm leaning on people like yourselves. I mean, I don't know.
yeah, and I mean, that's what I'm saying, we can add however you want, you know, I mean, if we want to add what we consider high risk, we can put that in there. What we consider low risk, I mean, that's the board's pleasure.
I don't know if I would put the low risk less because, you know, if something would happen and here you are saying that was a low risk situation, and all of a sudden you've
Right.
got.
No, I don't know, I just think that maybe if it's a tactical situation or a high-risk situation, the wording probably ought to be there. For one, you know, that, guy that shot a couple of cops, and then they found out where he was at. They was like 800 police officers responded, and they're all got guns drawn and everything, and there was fear of shooting each other, you know?
Well, just like on a construction site, I mean, a guy knows he needs a lanyard or a safety belt or a hard hat or whatever else, if he's in a condition where he needs them. But a lot of times, he'll be walking on a site without that hard hat or that lanyard, all of a sudden he finds himself in an unsafe situation just because he wasn't paying attention. I know it's not really apples to apples, but I'm just trying to give you the,
Would it
You know.
cover you better?
Yeah, I mean, I think anything would help. Like I said, the main reason for the policy itself was based around us getting the grant money for new vest.
right.
So, I mean, yeah, I think anything we add or take away would help, as long as, just to say that we have our policy in place for when we, apply for that grant.
I mean, if I'm a police officer, I'm probably gonna have it on 24/7,
Nowadays, you better.
Yeah, it's
when I get out of the house and take it off when I go in the house,
not good out there.
Okay.
You want to
I'm
do
just
these
asking if
as we
we've got
go?
ample.
Want to vote on them as we go, or you want to do it all in package?
We can do it all in one package, it's fine, that's fine.
Okay.
If it makes it easier.
What's the next one?
The next one was the amendment to the one that we already had. I don't have mine with me, but the amendment here was, it was changed to, was part of the hearing process for disciplinary. The one before stated a fair and public hearing. We've changed that to a fair hearing in accordance with state law before the Board of Works and reviewable by the circuit court of the county, will be given to the employee involved.
That was the only change on that page?
Yeah, just the wording from the fair and public was taken out, and it's changed to a fair hearing in accordance with state law. Was the only change there.
The state law don't require the public portion?
No. It can be held in an executive session.
So this is the only language change then?
Yeah, I guess, as you say, public.
Page
and it just
32,
says
yep.
fair now.
I have page 32 here if you guys want to look at it. That is the only change there.
Questions on that, or we want to move on? Or?
Anybody any questions on that?
I mean, I don't like that change, but just because of, even if nothing else, it looks bad, just taking out the public portion. Even if it is fair.
Anybody else?
So your concern there is it alleviates the public's involvement or
Yeah, just-
being aware of it?
And this is the fact that we're changing now from a public hearing to just a fair hearing. I mean, even if it was fair, I mean, it just doesn't look right to me, to the public, that we're taking out the public wording portion.
Unless the intent for that,
Just when we went through the Taylor hearing, there was, the reason we went ahead and did everything in the public was because of this. Otherwise, there's state law, there's the Supreme Court case that says you don't have a right to a public hearing. And a police officer only.
And not, and
Not the sheriff, because the sheriff's disciplinary, they're in front of their merit board, they require by statute a fair hearing, but the statute does not require a public hearing. So,
I had a resident call me today, don't even know about this right here, and, I didn't even know what was changed on this page, but she was like, she came to the Doug Taylor hearing, glad it was public, and it's ironic because she didn't even know about this, and she just called me maybe 2 hours ago.
so does that information,
it just allows the board the discretion to do it in an executive, I mean,
would that information after the hearing become public or not?
yeah, I mean, that was the quandary, because, if it is appealed, once it's appealed and filed in the court,
That becomes public at that point.
yes. That's true.
That seems fair.
So the public, I guess, would have access to it.
And the only ones when I was looking through all the cases, when all this was going on, I mean, there were some instances where it might, there are some instances if the officer requests a public hearing, I mean, I think that's something the board could consider. But there may be ones where they would not want it in public. If it
Well,
was,
can
the
that
allegations
language,
were,
can that language be put in there upon request of a public hearing?
yeah.
That's probably a better way, that way
It
they got a
could.
choice.
But like I said,
Seems like that's part of
there
your
were
due
just some
process
instances,
anyway.
there were
doesn't it?
some different scenarios, allegations like sexual allegations or, you know what I mean, where that person might opt to have it in the executive session.
But I mean, seem like that upon request would, if you feel like you're not getting your due process, you ask for that, seem like it would be,
But then he asked for it, then who would make the decision if
The board.
the board would still have the decision? So you
I
really,
can understand some of them, like Leslie said, they may not want it public.
Right. I mean, the one case that,
could we do that language change to still be in compliant of everything?
that what you guys want to do, yes.
What do you think about that, Aaron? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, at least up to them, and if they don't want it, then that's fine.
yeah.
Just changing that portion of it,
Yeah, if you just add that verbiage there, it's like,
okay?
So to read something like a fair hearing in accordance with state law unless otherwise asked for a public hearing, maybe?
A fair hearing in accordance with state law,
I mean,
which,
doesn't-
which could be public upon request of the employee
yeah.
or,
if the board agrees.
a fair hearing in accordance with state before the board of works and reviewable by the circuit court of the county will be given to the employee involved. And then maybe just another sentence. The board will consider,
Rights for a public hearing?
The
Yeah.
board may consider a request of public hearing.
let's do this, at the end of involved, a public hearing could be,
a requested,
a requested
subject to
public-
approval.
A requested public hearing could be, I don't know, I don't mean, that's what I'm saying, the wording is.
Could be requested
Monday,
subject
my
to
brain is
approval of
like,
the
I'm
board.
just not
Something like that.
tracking well today. A fair hearing in accordance with state law before the board works and reviewable by the circuit court of county will be given to the employee involved.
Period.
Said employee could request a public hearing subject to approval by the board of works.
They have the right to request a public hearing,
Yeah,
subject to board approval.
subject to board
Why
approval.
do you need the board approval? Because before, you didn't need the board approval. It was public. That's just my opinion, up to the board, but
Oh, I see what you're saying.
because the board, when the board says no at that time, I mean, it might not be this board, but if another board says no, you don't get a public hearing.
Well, I mean, the law is pretty clear that they're not entitled to a public hearing in these proceedings. You want to require.
Well, you could say may, put may in there. Receive a public hearing upon request. Not shall, but may.
Said employee
becomes
may
public.
request a public hearing with the approval of,
Well, you wouldn't even have to put the approval board on there.
Well, it's just something else to beat around if you don't
well, if that's the
spell it
case,
out.
I'll just leave it the same way it was, you know what I mean?
It's gonna
There's no
become
change.
public. It's gonna become public if they appeal anyway.
Because we don't need, we don't want to say may as far as a fair hearing,
No,
just a public hearing. Instead of will be given, you meant, right? Because their rights are to have a fair hearing before the Board of Works and reviewed by the Circuit Court of the county.
Yeah.
I just look
But
at
I
it,
guess
if it was me out there, I wouldn't want it, I'd want to, if I wanted to be a public hearing, I would like the option to be left open to me. And if I just wanted a private hearing, then I could choose that as well.
I'd like to see too, if you, say you had a child rapist or something, would you want that public?
That's what I'm saying. It'd be.
Give them the option,
Give them
huh?
the option of whether, private or public.
Up to you guys.
I've got no problem with that language if you
I
can
think it's,
put the verbiage together, Les, or Mike, or,
What do you have?
I said, I got, said employee could request a public hearing with the approval of the Board of Works.
I think the city should have a little something in there in case you got a delicate case.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thinking too. I mean,
I wouldn't see
if
if
you
God
have
asked for it,
somebody
probably
that's,
get it.
and God forbid.
Because right
it's
now, no matter what, according to our SOPs, it's got to be public.
Well, I mean, God forbid this ever happened, but if you had a case sort of like, and everybody I'm sure is here aware of the Dennis Lewis incident,
Man, they're bad.
even though he might want it to be public, because in his mind, he thinks I would not think that anybody needs to hear that other than the board,
mhm.
And I think that would give you guys the power of saying, we understand, but no, I think we need to hear this in-house privately to,
Protect the victim.
right.
On his case victims.
That could go either way.
Sure can.
And, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, and now you're looking at, maybe are we looking at into the Privacy Act of things when it comes to different things?
Well, that's legal needs, I wouldn't hide it,
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
What do you want to do? What's the board want to do?
That wouldn't be private, would it, Leslie? Because I'd have to go to court anyway for that type of thing.
Yeah.
I'd somewhere to leave it like the state law says before a Board of Works and reviewed by the circuit court, the county will be given to them.
You want to wait for this last thing, or you?
Yeah, he's gonna do them all one time, Don.
So there's no,
Wait, to do them all at one
is there any
time.
additional language to aid then?
We're gonna do all three at once.
Well, maybe we
So is
should.
there any additional language then to A?
Maybe we ought
People
to,
may have the,
I don't know. What do you
He's
want
got he's got a right to appeal whoever it is if
do?
it would
That's
happen,
the process, go public hearing.
and then it's gonna go to the public.
The city ought to have some things, there too, in case it's a delicate case. We gotta protect ourselves getting sued.
I'm in agreement with that.
how
whatever
about
legal.
something like the effect that whether or not said hearing will be in the public will be reviewed, will also be reviewed by the board or something upon request. Is that?
I
muddle
like
it
that,
up?
at least that gives the option for the board to make that determination.
They may say, just go, yeah, put it public.
And I'm sure that individual's gonna be represented, so he can request that per the board. Or may not be represented, I don't know.
Some of the Philadelphia lawyers we got around here, you might do it yourself. I know a couple of them are probably would. That's how you wanna leave it or how you wanna do it? We'll leave it like that, or
I'll tell you what I can do.
it's up to you guys?
Well, then maybe we ought to, if there's, like, they're good with two of them, not the one, maybe we ought to do them separately.
Alright. You wanna vote on them separately?
So,
Alright.
Well, if you're assuring me that he has to appeal to get the public,
there is, I mean, That's in the statute.
I guess that's part of the key point of due process, then. Yeah. Donnie, I'm sorry to interrupt your motion.
Yeah, fine.
You going back, leave it like it is? Or-
Yeah, I'd still move to leave it like it is. It's gonna end up in public if, down the road if he wants so or not.
You mean in the amended, leave it as Mike
amended.
presented to us? Or leave it as is, as it's in the book now?
Leave it as is. That's
That's presented here.
Amended
This is
presented to us.
the amended section here.
amended.
Okay, have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
2-1. Okay, let's go back to the vest thing, vote on it.
Do we need to do roll call or anything? Or,
Yeah, probably ought to do roll call.
Mario Todd,
Yes.
Board Member Aaron Cook,
no.
Board Member Donnie Bryant.
Yes.
Okay. We'll go back and vote on the ballistic vest policy.
I would so move the pass as presented.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
All against? Ayes have it. What's your next one?
Last and final one is a record service rule and regulation that we'd like to implement into our SOPs. To go through and explains the purpose, policy, procedure for the record services. Reasoning behind this is several of the tow companies here in town have felt like they're not getting a fair shake. So with us implementing an SOP and a guideline for everybody to follow, we're also in the process of putting a actual rotation in each one of the guys' computers, in their in-car computers. It'll be through the Emergitech system that we have now, and until we decide whether, because there's going to be coming, everybody's been looking at trying to switch to a different server. Yes.
Well, I've got a question, because I don't know, and we have Mike present here, so maybe he can even. Do all the record services have the same, and you've got a list of some of the qualifications or procedures here. Is it all apples to apples? In other words, if, say you have a car being towed in that needs to go inside or isolated, the services that you have on your list, they can all do that and secure it, correct?
No, Hardintown cannot. They have a secure lot, but they don't have an indoor secure lot.
Is sometimes an indoor secure lot required?
Yes, to protect the evidence of a crime.
So what happens if,
Most of the time, those get towed to our station anyway, but if
Oh, okay.
say all three of our bays are full, and we have to have somebody, we have a tow, and, and it's another.
so
involvement
sometimes you
time.
may have to bump rotation in, right?
You go to another record service to do it?
Correct, and Mike's one of them. I believe Bobby Carter up there has area in his barns that he can put them in.
So is that verbiage in here?
What's that?
Situation I just brought out?
I think there's something.
Only thing I saw close would have been down on, where did I see it? The holding facility. I think it's 8, that's the record service. Yeah. If you go down to,
Yeah, that basically just opens it up that they have an adequate holding facility if the impound in the area in which an officer could conduct an inventory of the vehicle.
Where's that? I'm sorry.
8.
Number 8.
E8.
I mean, that's the only one I'd seen that would even pertain to that scenario there.
It doesn't say anything about here, does it?
Well, an adequate holding facility, with vehicles impounded in the area. I just didn't know, like you said, they can't have inside storage and say whoever
And I
needs
think
to
it's-
have.
I think it's worded that way because I don't think we're trying to leave anybody out.
Well, no,
You know what
no.
I mean? So I think if we have an adequate facility, if a vehicle impounded in an area which the officer can conduct an inventory of the vehicle, but I mean, if the fact of, it was, like I said, if it went back to the fact that we had evidence in a vehicle and all three of our days were
Well, I didn't want
full,
Junior to get mad if whatever,
well,
if you had a double situation, two vehicles had to go in, your stuff's full over there, then you had to call Mike or call,
CNR.
CNR.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's something that we could add,
Seem like
I mean, if need be.
You know what I'm saying, Les? That would seem like you want to, and I see that scenario happen sometime. It's,
And it does, and again, I don't think it matters. We could probably sit here all day long and write.
yeah, well,
thousands of these.
hypotheticals, yeah.
Nobody's ever gonna be happy.
Right.
So, I mean, it's just, so, I mean, it's basically not to try and leave anybody out, but to, try and make policy and guidelines that we can follow so that when somebody does call and say, well, I'm not getting tows, or I'm not getting this.
And I
then,
guess I'm trying to make it
it's the
easy.
rotation in the officer's car that we're gonna say, boom, 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 here's a printout of how the rotation goes.
And I guess I'd feel more comfortable if you had somebody like Gene or a higher up like yourself making that decision. But if you're not available, it may just be that patrol officer out there per his rotation on his computer.
Right. I mean,
Help me out, Les, I'm trying to, and
Well,
Donnie, you've been,
sometimes on these tows, I mean, if it's a critical situation, traffic's blocked or something like that, they gotta, if the guy.
oh, I'm talking about for like an impound for,
Impound?
say there was, a shooting, two vehicles shot up or whatever else.
Same way, right?
they would, if, the way it works now is if we got two vehicles involved in an accident, and say I call Mike, hey, you're up on my rotation, I got two vehicles, can you get them both? A lot of times his driver will say, yeah, I got to roll back, I can get one on top and one behind. So he gets both. If he's in a regular wrecker, he'll say, no, I'm just in a regular wrecker, I can only get one. So then it goes to the next guy on the rotation list and says, okay, we'll call CNR or Hardentack. And so
I understand that part, I'm just saying as far as inside storage, that's where Junior's lacking.
Right, he has an outside secure
Yeah.
lock, yes.
And you wanted, again, and I'm using hypotheticals, if they had to be inside to secure that,
We would have to call another service, yes.
and if 8 covers that, I'm good with that, but if it needs to have a little stronger language in that where, if Mike was next on rotation or whoever that didn't have inside storage and you wanted that crime scene or that vehicle, how would you add language to that, Les?
Oh,
Well, it says adequate.
says
I guess
adequate.
all of them will be give information, right?
I would assume that that's gonna be listed on the survey form.
And that's what I was just getting ready to say, yes. The survey that we would put out to them, and I was trying to glance through it to see if I had put that in there, would be part of that there, do you have secured service? And then if they came back with the survey and said, no, we have an outside secure lot, then I could send them a letter at that time saying, okay, well, you need to understand that if we have a situation where all our evidence bays are full, you probably will not get that tow. It'll go to W&M or CNR or whoever has a
Inside secure storage.
Correct.
But I guess that's what I'm saying, would you want to put some of that language inside secure storage on the SOP?
we could, it's nothing
You got
that couldn't
something,
be
Mike?
added.
I got several things I wanna ask about, but on this.
Good.
Huh?
Might as well stay there then.
But on this, on the state police, they do, I don't know if they call it a survey, but every year I get a form from the state police. I gotta go through, fill out my rates, what all my rates are. If I have just an outside impound, do I have an inside impound, different things.
It's like an RFQ then at that point.
Right, so I would
Where
assume
we mirrored this from.
they'll have that on their computer, I would assume. And I would like to say, I'm glad to see something like this being done. I think it's good for.
It'd probably help the officer a lot.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
it'll help the officer, I think, if it's followed, there's a few things I wanna ask in here, but I just think it keeps everybody on the same road. You can't have, somebody that has certain things and others don't, talking insurance-wise or different things, and, I think it's good. State police, they started doing this about 2 years ago, I think. And that's one of the things I was gonna ask, because one of the big things state police got people on, and there's still several that can't tow for the state police, is they don't have correct requirements with the Department of Transportation. They're listed with Department of Transportation as not for hire. And with not for hire, you don't have to follow all the DOT regulations and subject to audits and stuff. So state police got rid of a bunch of people until they got it. And beyond, when they done that, I was one of them. I didn't realize, hey, there's two different things here. I hired a company a long time ago to get me my DOT number and stuff. And that's what it is, but when you go to for hire, you're subject to a lot more regulations. So that was one of the things, or is that something you may want to add to this? To where,
We can.
Which makes sense. That's similar to like, if we hire a outside carrier to haul like gravel into the city, we can't pay, if they're overweight, they broke the law. We can't pay them.
Right.
So in other words, like say not for hire, they're not covered under the DOT standards then.
And I think that, and I don't know, I guess, as we read down through the survey, if you look at the survey questions, I think, like I said, this is pretty well mirrored from the state police's SOP, because that's what we want to try and implement to make fair to everybody. I called out to the Post and I said, you guys deal with a heck of a lot more towing companies than I do. How do you make it fair for everybody? Right. And that's when they sent me their letter and what they send out and their SOPs. And so me and Gene sat down and broke it down into our language for our SOPs. But a lot of it is exactly mirroring what the Indiana State Police did to try and make it fair for everybody.
Well, Mike, could you
And
get
it
that
also gives
language
our
to
guys a
him?
guideline now, which was never in place before.
Sure.
To say, this is what I need to follow, to make, so that they're on the same page and they're making it fair for these guys.
Now,
he's probably got a copy. Did you get a copy of the
Yes,
state
I've got a
police?
copy
You
of
got
it.
that language he was just talking about? Not for hire?
I don't know if it's the not for hires in there, let me.
And actually, I know state police, they had a letter they sent out one time
Yeah,
that
and
they
that's
give
what I've got
the
here.
code and everything.
Yes, this is, from this day forward, Lawrenceburg Police Department will be conducting annual reviews of the companies that are on their record rotation list. And then this goes down, goes down and it talks about items needed, insurance, registration receipted, BAS, 1 fees, copy of MC authority, uniform carrier registration fees, receipts, annual record service survey form, and then of course the survey goes down and says name of record service, mailing address, 24-hour telephone, name of owner or manager, charge for a standard code, daily storage charge, do you have 24-hour availability, are you radio dispatch, do you have a secure storage lot, there's that one in there. Address of storage lot, telephone number of storage lot, if different from above, do you have 24-hour release of impound vehicles, do you have semi-truck towing capabilities, how many records do you have, are your records marked on both sides with your company's name, do your calls come in directly to you, or do you have an answering service, are you affiliated with any other record/auto service, I don't know if that's maybe the non-for-hire part.
No.
No, okay. Amount of liability insurance, insurance carrier's name, and policy numbers. That's the actual survey that would be sent out.
Yeah, I think they automatically just check the names of the companies with the Department of Transportation. I think it's what they do.
I think that's,
And when they busted a bunch of people, what they done, they sent out a letter with that statute and stuff.
yeah, which the statute is marked in here, which is, it's does the record service comply with Indiana Code 24416?
Well, that's only about identification on the truck.
yeah, those are
That's just for lettering
the lettering on the
on
truck.
both sides of the doors and permanent.
Let me see if what I got here. Like I said, they sent me,
I don't think there was anything in there about
I think there
NDOT.
was either, as far as the not for hire.
Well, it's probably a
Mike would be in
catch-all.
trouble
It
to add
requires
that to
the,
your
No,
survey?
No, not at all, not at all.
Yeah, I would just put, myself, you know,
That's what we're-
within good, with good standings with Department of Transportation and registered as a for-hire tow service.
So, if you want to add that, it would be probably, this
Would be
this
like
just says,
number 20 on the survey.
but I do think you cover it though by E. Important factors in choosing record service shall include but are not limited to. And you have 1 through 9. See what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, I
Which you
think
could
that
add at number
does-
10 and
Why not just put the words there and
Okay.
You think put number 10 and put, are you,
DOT,
would you say, how'd you say that?
good standings with the Department of Transportation, US DOT, and are registered as a for-hire tow service. And something else,
is that what you say with the Indiana Department of Transportation,
Yeah.
right?
well, actually, that'd be, US Department of Transportation.
US?
Yep.
Okay, so US DOT registered and considered for hire, right?
And another question I have, just, all my help, I make pass a criminal background check. I was just curious why, if towing for the police, you wouldn't have in there that, you know, your drivers must pass a criminal background check, because why would you want a felon towing somebody's car, putting it in an impound lot, and, you know, you're handling, and especially if there's one with evidence, blah, blah, blah. That's just and actually that's now it's mandatory AAA. You have to be a driver for AAA, you have to pass a criminal background check.
so
I guess the answer to that would be is, you may, you know, and no offense, but you may have all this stuff in order for your company, but I don't know who you're hiring. You know what I mean? I don't know that you're making them do background checks. So I guess we would put that in there to say, to cover our butts as well, to say, you know, hey, we looked into this guy, he was a new guy, he showed up on the job, I didn't know who he was, we looked into him, he's got 3 felonies. So, you know, I guess at that point it would be our discretion to send you that warning letter saying, hey, you need to do something about this guy, because we can't have him towing evidence, and then if it wasn't corrected, then to take, you know, we don't want, all the other option we would have to be take you off the rotation.
Right.
That's
Which I go through
We can leave it up to the tow company, and if they get caught, you know, not doing background checks, then they can be taken off the
wouldn't that
rotation.
add right into that, where did I see falsifying?
Yeah.
Yeah, falsification of any documents, yeah.
Number,
I mean, that would be
letter
one of the
D.
documents then.
But you gotta name the document in the thing so that,
Well, yeah, I think you would have to add it to it, like he's saying. But that would be covered under
D,
that, yeah.
3D.
Because that may do something with your chain of custody on a
That's
vehicle.
what I was thinking, same thing.
Absolutely.
I never thought about it before.
Absolutely.
well, too.
Oh, yeah.
So people too also get hurt and they're in an ambulance, go to the hospital, and the
That's
personal
great.
belongings are in their cars.
Where's that bag of dope go? It was in there.
Good idea.
So, what are we doing with that?
Adding a sheet to it then on,
The US DOT and for hire company,
Good stand DOT on, huh?
And then, and maybe in your survey, maybe in the survey we could add, do you require criminal background checks of your employees?
so like number 20, do you require? Okay.
what sheet are you on?
I don't know.
Oh, you have the survey
On
the
sheet
survey.
with you?
Different survey.
Oh, okay.
Were you just asking
Survey
them
that's
to
gonna be
do
sent
that,
out
or
every year.
Are we saying you must?
Because I keep looking.
You know, really, I mean, it wouldn't be bad to say you must.
That's the only way you're gonna get it.
I have,
That's kinda
I
hard.
hire a company that, you know, I just submit it to online, and takes 3 to 5 working days, and get email back and tell me pass or
I mean, what's
Failed.
your thoughts, Leslie, on wording it to where, like he said, he hires a company to do the background checks? To turn that over, I mean, maybe to turn proof over to us, so that we know.
Are you asking the time frame? I'm sorry. How often?
I have to do it annually. So even if they done pass,
Is that the question they're
you know,
asking? put on the sheet?
No, the only background check a regular individual can only do, and they only give you this county. That's why he has to go through.
I use a company called Hire Right.
And that's an annual.
I'm required through AAA to do it annually.
So are you?
But it's up to me to do it, but at AAA, if they see it's been a year, they're on the phone, that driver can't drive until.
So every year, will you go out for RFQs?
Yeah, these go out every year.
Okay.
They are, the letters and the surveys are annually, they go out every year.
Okay.
So from the date that I send Mike, Junior, Bobby, Aurora, whoever's on our rotation, from the date that I send this letter to them, then the following year, they get another letter just the same.
So maybe if he does a new hire for a driver, maybe it's requested that he sends that to you then. I mean, how else would you track it until the next year if you didn't?
Yeah, I mean, really, you kind of have to know who's in your system as drivers under
Right.
each company. And
Well, I mean.
the officers are going to get, and around here, pretty much, they know him.
But I mean, you put the burden on the
If he's
owner
not
though.
on that company, then
If he's got a new driver, that's send you
Yeah.
paperwork.
I would put the burden on the owner if he hires a new driver. He's gonna be requested to, do the background check.
Maybe what we put on 20 is that, do you require, please note, LPD can ask for proof of such process at any time or something like that.
Let's say, do you require criminal background checks?
Once a year, yearly or something.
Are you talking about on the SOP or the,
On the survey sheet.
okay, on the survey?
Yeah, do you require criminal background checks, and LPD may request proof of those checks at any time?
Yeah.
The only thing with that is you require them, yeah. It can come back with stuff, but they still require them. It doesn't say that what they're trying to exclude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I would just.
If I hire a criminal,
That's
do
it.
you
Hey,
require
I know
checks?
he's a criminal, so I got proof of it. but
I would just put it in
That doesn't
there.
mean
I mean, I can't hire anybody that's had a felony.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed.
Or, yeah,
We require 'em.
we require your employees.
You can't hire anyone that has a felony.
Right. They
But
can-
if they have a misdemeanor, then it might, it's
Right.
Is
okay.
that for your insurance purposes?
No, AAA.
Probably.
Yep. That's something they started about 2 years ago that,
I would put something to the effect that please note.
Sure, I mean,
which I think it's a good thing. I mean,
LPD.
it weeds out a lot of people, I'll tell you that.
if you're out in the middle of the road, middle of the night, some.
So, do you want to? I also saw on E 1 through, well, now we have 10. You should have a semicolon and after 9, because that's all and. No, I'm just saying because you had the and up under 7. You know what I'm saying?
English class.
Well, I'm just saying it doesn't read right if you don't do it that way.
Well, in that case, number B, the third sentence says, if they wish their service instead of they.
Oh, yep.
And
If they wish their service to remain on or wish.
Pizza, pizza.
And then on F, that should be an or situation, not an and situation, right? 1 through 4?
Correct.
Because it can be any of those if officers should request the record service chosen by the owner driver except when blank, 1, 2, 3, or 4, right? Not and 4.
Under F,
Yeah.
officer should request the record service chosen by the owner/driver except when.
You should have 1, 2, 3, or 4, not and 4.
Then to number 3.
See, after 3 it says and.
Right.
That should be or, because it would be any of those situations, not all, you don't need all 4 of them,
Thank you, Professor.
right?
Yes.
Well, I'm just saying, otherwise it reads, all 4 of those things have to happen in order for,
Right,
see what I'm saying?
right.
So,
Is that? So, back to number 9, what was you saying there? On E?
on E, does the record service comply with Indiana code? At the end, identification block, at the end, put a semicolon and put and, because those, we're including all of these, right, important factors. And then 10 would be, are you US DOT registered and considered for hire? For, how would you say that, Mike? Considered for hire towing?
Yeah, if they're in good standing with the U.S. Department of Transportation and listed as a for-hire
Towing service.
towing service. And also on that 9, when you want that to say the record service must comply, instead of does the record service comply? Because I think you're saying you want it to apply, or to comply.
Yeah, that was probably just carried over from your survey, not the
Yeah.
SOP. See what he's talking about?
On number 9, instead of saying does, I would think that should say the record service must comply.
What's the board think?
Is that all the changes that we see?
Yeah, I don't know that must goes in there, because this is a big question mark, and unless you want to change all of them to say. Because these are just factors that you're in
I mean,
choosing.
that's why we're here, to tweak, and like I said, this is a new service, or a new SOP for us, and, we want to make sure that it's
Almost
right
all
and fair
that
for
needs to
everybody.
be
So-
changed. Just about everything under E needs to be.
Why don't we'll work on E and word them maybe not as a long sentence, but
So,
Make
do
it-
we want to go ahead and just put this one on hold?
Table
Until the next meeting, and
to the
then
next
I can
meeting.
give everybody, we'll get it done and give everybody a copy
yeah,
to read through, and then
okay.
vote on it at that time.
I think the scope is right. I just think some of the verbiage is, yeah.
Mike, you got anything else that you thought?
Verbatim.
I mean, for the most part, I think everything
this is-
covered, but I think it's a good thing for everybody.
We're running
trying to
short
make
on
a
time.
rule,
Can you
Yeah, it bothered me that this A, B, and C,
It
and
was
D
Mike,
were
Eric,
like
and,
there too, and easier.
run that by him and get his opinion on it?
Give it to me,
if
I'll
you
just
will?
type it.
All right, I need a motion to table this last one.
I would so move.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Motion adjournment,
So move.
second? All in favor?
And Mike, I think that can go, that would fit on page 83 well.
Okay.
That's where your vehicle tow
I'm
record
sorry,
thing
I gotta
is.
take your stars away.
Yeah.
I'm good, Don. How are you doing, buddy? Good.
This was Jane.
Anything exciting going on in your world? Anything exciting going on in your world?
Oh, man.
You don't like mine?
Still waiting on summer.
I know.
Good. We probably had to get a policy. That used to be what the mayor put in.
I'm old and
Yeah.
nice. But yeah, then
Did them all over, but I don't think it was a written policy.
they kept doing it, so
I'll bring it up.
Hi, Lee. I'm good. How are you?
It may have saved lives, you know.
Oh, yeah?
Turtle did. I think it was gonna be-
probably see her as much as me.
Well, they've already started. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same business they had over on State Street. Just had a new.
Thank God.
Silk screen.
I'll bring it up.
Hey, Bobby.
Give me a. Okay.
Carol. Got out there. Did you? Yeah.
How's that going?
Thank you.
Yeah, he
He doesn't pull on me.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you know?
That's what they are.
I think that they aren't good with the forgiveness course. They're not sure about the loan. They can do it.
Good, yeah. Doing better? Getting
So how they couldn't.
It looks good to me. It's good she did that too. Yeah. Yeah. I seen it in the letter too. What?
What are you doing that for?
Yeah, I don't have any.
What's up?
How's it going? That's a thick one this week, ain't it? Oh, I thought you had a lot of. I thought you had a lot more runs, like a couple pages.
Oh, she got a phone number to call? Arkansas. Come on, I better be a little more professional.
I just listened last week, but anyway, it's about the pulpit.
Okay.
And I would like for you to read it tonight. I see it's on the agenda.
Well, that has to be put on the agenda, reading.
Well, I just thought maybe what you happened on the agenda about the pulpit.
Well, this should be on the agenda.
But I would like for you to reply something back to her anyway.
I'll call her.
Okay. All right.
You get the message, cancel me.
I did, you and Jason.
If there's any charge, then I'll take care of it.
I don't know, Jackie took care of it. We called her cell phone and she did all that, because she had done it on her, on the city card.
If you let me know if there is something, I'll take care of it.
I'll let her know that. Muddle through this stuff that Jackie left me.
I've got
Everybody ready?
I don't know where Leslie is.
Mike, did you make a motion to donate $500 for that Odyssey team? No, I mean that Mel Kramer, that charge syndrome.
No, I'm not the one that made the motion.
You're not the one?
In Commerce, where the team stays at, I think it's in Commerce.
What's it say?
I thought you
Had to stay on campus at college before.
donate $500 for that charge.
No, it wasn't me.
I think it's Commerce.
Not that I remember.
Actually, Commerce. Yeah, Georgia.
All ready? Everybody ready? Call meeting to order. Parks meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Member Jane Pope.
Present.
Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member William Bruner.
Here.
Member Mike Lawrence.
Here.
Member J.R. Holcraft.
Here.
Attorney Leslie Votaw.
Here.
Utility Director Mel Davis.
Here.
President Mayor Dennis Carr.
Here.
And myself.
Any announcements? Hearing none, approved minutes of previous meeting.
So move.
Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Committee reports. New business, Mike Lawrence Boat Dock Campsite.
Yeah, I had a couple residents call me about a couple different campsites here. First one on the boat dock, the new campsites that's going in. Asked me who they're supposed to contact, what they cost. Who's gonna run it, take care of it.
I think it's first come, first serve, isn't it?
It would be, yeah, no amenities, be first come, first on that.
So there'll be no electric hookup.
No electric, no water, no sewer.
All primitive.
Yeah, it's all in the floodplain, but there again, Mike, we may shine a little more light in the next meeting on whether we will do that. Watch out for this year.
I seen this on there.
I got one question concerning that.
Yeah.
Are you gonna allow a certain number of days a camper can stay there?
That would probably be up to this board. If you wanted to put the rules and regulations, you know.
There hasn't been any rules wrote up yet, has there? Written up?
No, because we never did award contract at this point, so.
So if that does happen, then that'll come back to this board for rules.
Absolutely.
Do you get storage at the parks?
Yeah, one of the two people who contacted me was asking about storing of RVs at the fairgrounds. Who they need to contact to do that, who gets to keep them there, what the cost is. And their final thing was, why does a big majority of them have expired license plates?
I think that started out years ago. It was the boat landing down here that they was standing. They brought them out when the water came up. I think it's got out of hand. I don't think anybody knows who's down there.
I'm just asking for who these people are supposed to contact to store it and what the cost is.
I don't think there is any cost.
Does Mr. Rudiso have the lease that would include that shelter throughout the winter, or is it just during race season?
I'm sorry, which one?
Rudiso, the storage area that they're referring to is basically that shelter at the fairgrounds?
I would assume that's where I say.
Fair board, isn't it? The fair board has that on it.
No, I
I
think
don't think it's
it's,
fair, boy.
I think they have the big one, but not the small one.
Small one on the left side, if you're looking at it, you mean? On the left.
No, on the right.
That's during the fair time, but I believe that, I think Mr. Todd may be correct that Mr. Russo, he has a lease over the entire fair.
Mm-hmm.
And it's written into that lease on the dates that 4-H gets pulled.
It is. And the antique mall, or the antique fair, whatever they call it, yes. That's true.
So then they would contact Dave from the Speedway?
You got river area site?
Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Lanning had his,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna add to Mr. Lawrence's second part there about the expired tags. It was brought to our attention last year about that, and each one of them were made to get up-to-date tags.
Okay,
I can tell
because,
you that.
well, because the person that called me about that, I drove down because there was some on the back side over to the left, and I went through and there was, I forget, 4 or 5 that hadn't.
That were expired?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll find out who they are and make sure we get that taken care of, because that's one thing we did last year. We received a complaint on it, and we went down and contacted each of them and made sure that the tags were up and in order. And this may be somebody else that's new that moved in there this year, because like I said, other than the ones we ran last year, I don't know exactly who's off storing down there and who's not.
Okay.
You might get river area site.
Okay, this is a different person. I guess there's like a little camp area over on the other side of I&M down on the river.
A private club.
Who owns it?
Didn't tell you.
There's some conflicting information on that, Mike.
One time I thought the railroad did, didn't they?
Well, I&M claims it, they've got paperwork showing that they have ownership. They're the ones that have had the lease for probably 40 years down there. I have seen other documentation that indicates that the city may own it, and no one has ever spent the money to get a clarification on that. But the lease, the private boat club does have a signed lease, as they've had for, I know, at least 40 years with I&M.
Okay, because this person's upset, I guess they got run off from fishing. Told them it was their private camp area and they couldn't fish
It's actually
her.
with the railroad.
I thought it was too.
We pay rent to the railroad every year. I believe it's $420 a year. We pay to the railroad, the check goes to Place Employee. And it's been going on since 1945 or 47. And the lease is good for 99 years.
So, because this guy had called complaining, said he was run out, he went over there to try to fish. There's nobody allowed to go over there fishing or,
A sign right there that says private boat club at the top of the ramp.
okay.
Is that it, Mike?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Aaron Cook, trail markings.
Yeah, I had a guy that runs a lot of the 5Ks and times a lot of 5Ks up on the levee write me for permission. I'll just read what he wrote me and see what the board thinks. It says, I've noticed while running the trail that someone has erased the line that used to mark the turnaround point for 5K races. The line wasn't perfectly measured anyway, but I was wondering if it'd be okay for me to measure the course and place some very small paint markings at the 1, 2, and 3 mile marks in the turnaround point. The mile marks would be just small light blue circles in the turnaround point, a small light blue rectangle about 8 inches long. I have permanent mark on the trail for the turnaround from the Aurora end of the trail already. I was thinking of doing the course measurement today since it's not raining. I have become a USATF certified course measurer, and since we do have an awful lot of 5Ks taking place on the trail beginning in Lawrenceburg, 4 very small marks on the trail to mark the above positions would hardly be noticed, and I could get the course certified. So I was wondering if the board would like to approve
You're
it.
saying the ones that are there are from Aurora that.
Yeah, I guess. He measured from the Aurora
Because there's
end.
ones that are they're actually in the ground, right?
There's some from the top of the levee at the monument, 5K marked out
Yeah,
to Aurora.
There is. Now, the only thing that I can't say, I mean, I noticed he said in there that the ones that are there are wrong. By surveying standards, they are not wrong. The only thing I don't know is surveying is measured on level plane. I don't know about the running courses. They may take into consideration all the ups and downs, but Yeah, we, actually, that was surveyed with the electronic GPS survey equipment, and on a level plane, that's exactly how far it is, so.
You talking about from the clock or the beginning of the trailhead? Because the trailhead, I
No,
just
it
trained,
is-
and
the
those mile
starting
markers are
point-
correct.
The starting point starts back at the gate of Walnut Street. There's a line there.
Well, from the trailhead where it starts 0-0, from that mile marker down, all those mile markers are correct. But that's what I'm saying, is it from the clock?
I think there was, the actual 5K run starts, there's a line, if you go up the end of Walnut Street, drive up to the top of the levee, you'll see the line, which is the starting point for the 5K.
Is it at the end of the sidewalk on the,
No, it's.
Blacktop?
To the west, about 3/4 way down for the hotel is.
so when you drive up the
almost where
blacktop
ramp-
and then,
Almost where the ramp goes down to the boat, I believe.
Yeah, and I believe the ending point is just on the west side of the bridge.
Is there a point where if you start, like Bill was talking about right down over there by the 0.0, if you run, is there a mark to turn around to come back, so when you get back, it's a 5K? Maybe that's what he means, I don't know.
They had a turnaround marker also.
That's what it was, because we had start, we had 1/4, which is, halfway, one direction, and then we had
Okay.
the halfway point. So people could gauge themselves as they were running.
Won't you have this guy get with Mike and Mario and then go down there and take care of it?
Okay.
If that's the board's wishes, if you want to lay it
Board
out.
wish
where it
yet?
is.
To check it out, make sure it's,
Make sure that they're all on the same page.
Well, I'll make a motion to have this guy get with Mike to check the measurements.
All in favor?
aye.
Okay, Aaron, bike rack, corner high and Walnut Street?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it up again, if we could get a bike rack at the corner of High and Walnut. I knew there was one mentioned at the event center, but that's in the back, up by the levee, but there's nothing down there when people come off the trail to park their bikes and lock them up and walk around downtown, because I see a lot of bikes in front of different businesses knocked over down here where people come from the trail and they don't have anywhere to, have their bikes locked in upright position. Somewhere at that four-way stop. Doesn't matter which corner to me, but.
It's gonna be tough to get that intersection.
Well, we've got some public space there at the corner. I think where Aaron's talking about on the event center side, there's some.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just somewhere at that four-way stop. 'Cause I know there are bike racks, but I guess they're behind the event center. And a lot of people come down, because I'm up there a lot, and they come down and, they park their bikes and walk around. The wind's blowing them over, and just one rack where they could park and lock their bike up and walk around wherever they're going to go.
Put that in motion, Aaron.
So I move.
Second?
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
Is that to actually go ahead and purchase and place?
From me, yeah.
What would be the timeline on that? Do we have to wait till more of the event center's done before we'd see it on the event center side, or?
Well, it's probably gonna be in the next 60 days or so we'd have it on the event center side.
You could temporarily go sit on the other corner right now, couldn't you?
Well, turnaround time on like the bike racks, you're probably still 4 to 5 weeks just for
Yeah, you're
turnaround
probably
time.
right, yeah. Okay.
so I go ahead and have him vote again since he added to his motion.
Add your motion, Aaron?
He just added that you go ahead and do everything, right?
Purchase it.
Yeah.
Purchase and place.
So move for the addition.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any old business?
The only thing I have, that it's in front of you guys and council, it's listed, I'm not sure if we were supposed to list it on Parks and Playground, but, but on the council agenda, there's amendment to the park ordinance. Obviously, council is the one that's gonna have to do that amendment, but it does say the Parks Board shall post signs hereafter, including these provisions, and the LPD would enforce the regulations, so I just wanted to make you aware, under the parks portion of the hearing, so.
Do you think the park should approve it and move it forward to council?
That would be fine, if you'd like to do that.
So move.
For a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it.
Okay.
Okay. Review and discuss claims board approval.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion adjourned.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Utility board in 5 minutes.
Board of Works?
On board of work, brother. Trying to hurry it up.
Word of words.
Okay.
A bike rack. Anywhere from $200 to $2,000.
Because I've got it here.
I've had some old bike racks.
Well, I didn't know about this resolution, whether you guys wanted to do it or not. They just suggested it.
Well, then move it to the event center.
We've got some, we got 3 of them ordered for you. So now, we're probably gonna take one that's located there. That way they all match.
Oh, y'all can't hear them?
It's a beautiful trailer.
No, that was just previous meeting. I won't come down.
I've been anyway.
Copy for you. Relate some copies there for you.
My agenda now. I probably left the back of my desk when I was going through the diagram thing. Sure, not a problem. Oh, really? Oh, cool. I bet. Oh, that won't be a problem. Well, cool.
She wants to.
I won't be bashful.
She's always trying to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
99 years.
Yeah. Yep. Come see me then.
Nobody gets them out of there. Good place for them. They'll have a good time.
Yeah.
Greg and
I've only been down there once.
That's just for spring for sure. There's no damage, no hookups or nothing, just getting them out of the weather.
Somebody feels slighted somewhere.
Ready? Mario here.
Wherever the ice springs is, I don't know.
Call the board of works meeting in order, please.
Member Donnie Bryant.
Present.
Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member William Bruner.
Here.
Member Mario Todd.
Here.
Assistant Police Chief Mike Lanning.
Here.
Fire Chief Johnny Tremaine.
Here.
EMS Director Bobby Mills. Attorney Leslie Votaw. Here. Utility Director Mel Davis.
Here.
Mayor Dennis Carr.
Here.
And myself.
Any announcements? Hearing none, approved minutes of previous meeting.
So move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Committee reports. Fire Department, John Tremaine.
I just handed out a summary of April runs. They're there in front of you. We had 42 total incidents. I believe it was 34 fire-related and 8 EMS calls. Also, with that is I wanted to advise the board that we will be going through an ISO audit, which is, ISO is the Insurance Services Office, and the last time they conducted an audit was in 2005. So June 25th will be, from now until June 25th, we'll be preparing, which we should have everything in line. There's just some logistics of mutual aid departments and stuff we got to get. But Greendale, they just went through theirs. Some of that I can absorb over into our information too. So right now we're classification of 5. I'm hoping for a 3, but I'll be happy with a 4. So.
This also has got to take care of the insurance people pays on their homes.
Yeah, I had a discussion with ED Sites today, and he was giving me some input on how they feel it. More or less, if you can get it down to a 2 at one time, it's pretty significant on the insurance premiums for homeowners.
Right.
So that's what we're shooting for. At the bottom, there is some significant changes we've had since the last audit. Our staffing, the fire training facility, of course, our equipment's always there. Our firefighter training, our fire officer training, they're starting to rate that now, so that's a good thing. And of course, Mel's group, the water department, they will participate in this because of the infrastructure of our water mains and stuff, and tanks, which is always helpful in this case. So I just wanted to let the board know what's happening.
Police Department, Mike Lanning.
The only thing I have, Mayor, is just want to let the board know that here in the upcoming June, 4 members of the department will be going to Northern Ohio for the Ohio Police and Fire Games. You guys are all aware that last year Sergeant Shepard went to the world competition and took first place in his weight class. We've since then got a few other guys involved, and there'll be 4 members going in June to the start of it, which is the Ohio Police and Fire Games.
He going to defend his title?
Yes, he is. He said he was going to retire, but he's come out of retire since.
Don't chicken leg.
Very well. EMS, Bob Mills.
Yeah, Mayor, I've got to have a couple things. First is the run total for March was 131. And the city AEDs, the pads have been replaced, so they are good till 2016. All of them expired, so we replaced them. It's still on the line.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, new business. Kelly Will, Marketing Director, Website Design, recommendation for award.
Thank you, Mayor. So we received 2 bids for the website design that Jackie opened at the last meeting. One from Civic Plus for $8,643.60, and another one from EPOP Studios for $18,200. So based on staff review of an evaluation on price and responsiveness, my recommendation would be to contract with Civic Plus. In addition to their competitive pricing, they have a pretty strong set of credentials. I did do their reference check for them. I spoke with a couple existing customers that they have who rated them very high, extremely satisfied when I asked them about customer satisfaction with both design and service. Additionally, Civic Plus serves about 1,700 municipalities with website design. So additionally, they have an optional service contract that is $3,150 per year. That service contract includes support, upgrades, maintenance, and hosting. And with our price of $8643.60, we get 1 year of service included. The service, support, hosting, and upgrades. So if I did the math to compare both of these over a period of time. I looked at, if we paid our initial design fee plus 3 years of service, we're at $18,093. Compared to the competitive bid, which was $18,200, that did not include any hosting, upgrades, maintenance, or support. Also, with the bid from Civic Plus, after 4 years of service with them, as I identified a total cost of $18,093, they would then give us a site update, which I did look for independent research to identify how often a website should be redesigned. That research indicated 3 to 4 years, and that was independent of Civic Plus, so that was an outside source that I used for that. And it stands to reason to me, that's what I assume. So, does anyone have any questions? Okay. I felt fairly comfortable with the bid, so I would like to request authorization to engage in a contract with Civic Plus for the $8,643.60. That does include 1 year of support, upgrades, maintenance, and hosting. A lot of the updates will be done in-house, so we will have that ability to do updates and upgrades to change information on our site in-house. But again, they offer 24/7 support. So I'll make that request again to engage in a contract with Civic Plus for $8,643.60.
Anything, board?
I'd so move.
Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Cook, 2-hour parking signs.
It's the usual. Just wondering what the status of the 2-hour parking signs is.
Aaron, right now, the guys are, instead of pouring in the concrete, they're making some brackets to put the signposts in.
Okay.
So they're currently working on making brackets. They didn't have any left. And I'm waiting to receive a sign inventory from the guys.
Okay.
To see how many I have to order or not, so I'll keep in touch with them again, see where that inventory is.
Okay. Is Vine right when if you're on High taking a ride on Vine, is that 2-hour parking right there? Because one of the business owners right there was asking me. I said I'd check.
No, I'm gonna have to look at the code again. I don't remember, I don't know if that one's included.
We've got some temporary signs in there due to the construction right now.
Yeah.
Aaron, I'll have to check on that location, but
It's that first block is what I'm.
I don't remember that being included.
Okay. Okay, I'll let him know.
Well, one of the things, if we're not going to use the permit process, I was looking over the ordinance. I don't know, that's something probably council could look at as far as deleting out of the ordinance, because the ordinance now says there's a permit process, which is an exception to the 2-hour. So right now, I think the ordinance needs to be changed if we're not going to go with any kind of permits. So.
I mean, I would like to go with the residential permits if someone lives there and they have no alternative parking.
And that's what it applied to. It also applied to businesses, though. It also applied to businesses that were on that street, whatever street it was.
That's in the ordinances?
Mhm.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
So, I mean, that's just something that, yeah, our ordinance right now says there's a permit process, and I know that there's not right now. So, or if, we need to do that, then that's something.
So the owners of the businesses would get permits?
Yeah, because I know at one time, Mr. Votal, he had one at one time, and I don't know why the previous administration stopped using them.
Because most of the business owners down there now, they don't park in front of their businesses. They're the ones that park down the block so their customers can park there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I just think, with putting these up, I think we need to make sure we have our ducks in a row, because like I said, I think that permit process I know it's still part of that ordinance, so it may be something, maybe, I can.
How do you apply for one of those permits?
I think it's
I need to get me
administered through
6
the
or
clerk's
7.
office, or it was, right?
You don't have anything over there for parking?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was through the police station, actually.
Was it the police station?
What,
The permits,
Or,
Parking?
parking?
I think at one time it was through the police department.
yes, at one time there was, whether or not, I could not tell you.
That was when you had the
Because
parking
we,
assistant.
you know,
Correct.
They did away with all the residential parking and, you know,
Okay.
that's when permits were handed out back then to people that had relatives come over, they could put a permit in their car saying that they
Right.
were with that residence. So, I mean, I'm sure they're still there, because all they were like the window stickers that we had for people. So I'm sure we still got them, just finding them.
I'll send them all to you.
Well, what I'm saying is, I think it's just, I mean, if you guys want to do the permit thing, then we'll need to reinstitute that. But if you don't, which I don't think that any of you wanted to do that, I don't know. I mean, that's going to be up to council whether they change that ordinance, but the ordinance still says the permit's in there, so.
Good.
And there again, we'll have to look at this. I think that was an amendment put in when the city had the residential parking signs up, and then I think we had a legal opinion that those were considered unconstitutional. So I think that's the only reason that was in there. So since we don't have the residential parking signs anymore, we may just need to
I'll check it, make sure.
remove that from the code.
Okay.
Okay. Aaron, trash cans?
Yeah, I've had a few calls, basically, on streets downtown here about their trash not being picked up for 2 weeks because they don't have the blue cans. I was wondering if anybody knew why.
You got the people's name and number? Well,
I believe it's Lake Street and Cook Lane.
you have any names or anything? I mean, you gotta tell me now.
Yeah, I don't have them with me. I can call you
Tell me and
tomorrow.
I'll find out
Okay.
why.
And then,
Oh.
one of the residents on Lake Street said that, they put their cans on the sidewalk where they've always been, and they're not getting picked up, so, they're not getting any letters where they should put them, because I guess they're putting them on the sidewalk, and the truck's coming down, a one-way the wrong way, because it's one way, and they have to drive down the wrong way, the one-way street, so they're concerned about that too. But they're putting their cans on the sidewalk, but there's cars parked here, so the truck can't pick them up, and no one's telling them where to put them to get them picked up, and
And Mr. Massey couldn't make it tonight, but he did give me a diagram of where it needs to be. I meant to bring it with me, and I left it on my desk, I think. So, I can, maybe that should be, some notification to that person. But
Just send Brad down there to talk to him.
yeah,
well, the one lady called the garage and tell the situation, and I guess someone told her that she don't know what to tell them. So I don't either, so that's why I brought it before the board.
okay. Well, if you can get that information to the mayor or to me,
I'll give it to Brad.
and we can give it to Brad, and we can see if we can get that cleared up. But he did have a diagram of both the big can and small can, I believe, and
I
how,
think he's gonna put
where
it
to
in.
put them.
What
I
about,
think he's gonna put them in the utility bills, have them
Is he?
put in
We're
there.
gonna put the information on utility bills and show them where to put them.
what about the one way, going down the road the wrong way?
Shouldn't be doing that. We'll get away and see what the problem is.
Cook,
No, that was on, Lake.
Lake.
We'll probably have to take the cans across the street. The service has gotta be done.
And then
I
you'll have to
mean,
notify those owners because they're putting their cans on their property. I don't know what kind of issues that causes too,
We'll
but,
get with Brad, see what Brad's got.
Okay.
On Lake Street.
Give me the information.
okay, I'll get it to you today or tomorrow.
Okay. Is that all?
Yep.
Grand Hughes contract, IAC downtown action agenda.
Yes, Your Honor, in front of you tonight is Indiana Downtown. Indiana Downtown is a program that was unveiled in 2001 through IAC. It offers a partnership with the Hyatt Palmer Group and is based on highly successful American Downtown Technical Assistance Program, which is based on the League of Cities, which was done throughout the nation. Hyatt Palmer is the only national consulting firm specializing in economic enhancements of downtown. Since 1985, has restored confidence and stimulated investments in hundreds of downtowns throughout all 50 states. What this proposal includes is a visioning section, which through the input of the merchants, building owners, the citizens, and other public entities, puts together a course. It does a market analysis to check that course. It does a course of action, and then it comes up with a management plan. It's with us throughout the process. Now, our contract was not with Hyatt Palmer. It will be with IAC, Indiana Association of Cities and Towns. This is something that they provide as a service to their cities, and the contract is attached, and they will manage the Hyatt Group through this process. I went back through their resume. They've done 23 cities and towns in the state of Indiana. About 50% of that in Ohio. So they definitely got a good Midwest presence. Close ones was Aurora, Greensburg, and Jeffersonville, Indiana. So they've got, they're in touch at least with the region. And they're a national firm that specializes in this and has got a lot of Indiana experience, got a lot of experience with IAC. As you can tell from 2001, most of these Indiana towns were through IAC. Any questions?
So, this group would consult with, residents and, local business owners, merchants?
Yes, all your stakeholders will be involved.
How, you know how they would get a hold of it? Who's going to invite everybody to,
There will be public gatherings and hearings and talk about what people feel the needs are.
Okay.
And through that, they'll start building the consensus. And this is about a 5-month process.
Should they'll utilize our comprehensive master plan
Absolutely.
along with this?
Yeah, absolutely.
But if we do this, let's make sure we use it, it doesn't sit on a shelf.
Normal cost is like $35,000, but since we're going through IAC, it's $31,500.
And Grant, that's for a 5-year vision.
Yes. And they're available for checkbacks on a yearly basis if we're still on the plan. This is something where they help build the consensus, help check the consensus through marketing analysis. They come up with a course of action that what it takes to get there, and then you get your public input as part of that, and then everybody will have the same common vision, or at least understand what it takes to get to a point.
and most of the cities that they've worked with are satisfied with their results?
Yes. Spoke to the mayor of Goshen and to the mayor of Wabash.
East Chicago and Wabash and I believe Madison did it too.
Yep. Madison Woodman, yeah.
They were very sad. The mayor of Goshen, him in East Chicago couldn't say more about this guy. He said the firm is very good.
Well, your local government kind of stands back on this, don't it? And that they deal mostly with the businesses and the public, and then come back
Deal
to us.
with the property owners, the residents, renters, the vendors themselves or merchants. And, of course, as this information is coming together, they give feedback to the political groups.
That'd be nice to get some public input.
Where's the money gonna come from?
We're going to take it out of consultants and then probably reimburse back to it once the grant gets approved for the planning, which is before council tonight.
What percentage would that be?
25,000.
All from the Dearborn County?
Yes.
That's even better.
And as far as, spent a
Say
lot
that
of,
again, I'm sorry, will you say that again?
let's say what again?
The 25,000 from the county,
So, this 31.5
I heard.
is 60%, and we pay 60% down, correct? So, those monies would come from, you said, consultants. And then, who would reimburse?
Okay, in the interlocal agreement that you've got on for approval tonight, the one to the county for the planning grant,
Yes, the 270?
then there's 25,000 in there earmarked for downtown Lawrenceburg planning.
Okay. I see what you're
That
saying,
would leave
sorry.
us with about 6,500. As far as researching this and talking with firms, you run into a lot of firms that just want to make a list of all the projects you need to do, and then keep the list, so then they all have engineering capabilities. This one just seemed like it focused in on building to consensus, and if you look back at the March 3rd meeting with the merchants and property owners, that work session we had with them, it's building that consensus of the direction all these different groups want to take. And I think this does it better than getting a large engineering firm in to do it.
So this,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, so this would be more of a, not our comprehensive plan, but our,
They would use probably our comprehensive.
They'll use your comprehensive plan, they'll take that in, they'll actually look at all the old plans and see where you've been and what derailed you or which ones took off.
well, the
And
language,
then
the language that's used though is a comprehensive plan, and then you have basically an action plan, or, I can't think of the word, but,
So they got the vision, the market analysis, then the course of action, and the management plan.
okay,
That's all above and beyond the comprehensive plan.
okay.
You could probably take this and go into market sector studies, stuff like that. But first, this builds a consensus as to where we're headed. And then if we need to gather any, there is some funds in that grant, or planning grant for more detailed studies.
Any more than board?
But 6,500 would be our payout at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, if the, that gets approved, the interlocal gets approved. Pretty much, council has approved it, it was just getting the interlocal approved.
I entertain a motion.
Subject to approval of the interlocal by council.
All right.
Say that again, so the payback would be subject to, I mean, you're saying not to move forward with it if the interlocal does not get placed?
Well, I guess that would be up to you guys, because obviously the 25 wouldn't be available, you know, I mean, so. Just saying.
Well, we just passed this in the council, they pass the other resolution, the 25 will take care of it. It's in budget anyway.
Yeah, it's a budget item. And consultants.
I entertain a motion. Approve it.
I entertain a motion to approve it.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it. Okay, let's vote on Resolution 3, 2014 for discussion.
I did put this on just for discussion. This was recommended by Ice Miller to clear up any other contracts as far, well, as if we are having a Fall Fest, for supplies. And this would actually allow, not just for Fall Fest, obviously, it would be a purchase of supplies when the person expects the purchase to be less than $50,000. In talking with the mayor, I mean, we don't expect it to be up to $50,000, and that's why Exhibit A is not filled out. But I just kind of wanted to get your feedback on this. One of the things the mayor has, and we may need to look at our actual ordinance on the purchasing policies, that states that each department basically can make purchases in a reasonable amount. the attorneys also thought that, and the State Board of Accounts thought that was, or, what might be reasonable to me might not be reasonable to you. So, we would probably look at seeing whether council would agree to change that ordinance to a certain amount. And the mayor, talked about, as far as the department purchases, an amount up to like $500 or something like that.
Right now, just so we know where the budget's being spent, how much, and so they don't go out and buy a bunch of stuff they don't need. We're trying to keep an eye on it, because revenue's down.
You're requiring purchase orders too, correct?
Right.
Okay.
They fill out a purchase order, bring it to, have signatures on it. That way it keeps them track to where this money's going.
Obviously, putting in a small amount would micromanage everybody and would probably hold up regular business, but this is something I think that the purchasing policies need to be established, and they aren't part of the ordinance right now, so. I just didn't know if they had any input.
Anybody have any input?
I know right now we're having a problem with it. I think it's, what, $100, and it's gotta be approved,
Yeah.
anything above $100, and it's holding up maintenance over in the shop and stuff on vehicles and stuff. 'Cause
Well, it's not holding it up. They'll call.
what takes-
When it first started, they didn't know what to do with the PO numbers. Now
This
it's
isn't for
running pretty-
services, these are supplies, these are
It's
supplies.
running pretty smooth now. They just had to get used to it. Something new they didn't want to do.
I don't think it should be great, but I think they should be able to
Oh, they are.
get the parts, keep the vehicles off the wrecks.
Any more?
I mean, obviously it has to go before council, so.
You want to move it on to council?
No, this is a resolution by the Board of Works.
Okay.
This is not something that goes in front of the council. It's just small purchasing policies. I'm sorry?
But in saying that, though, if it's in a non-reverting and there's no money accessible to the Board of Works, it would still have to go in front of council. In other words,
If
before
there's not
that.
any, if there's not any in the line
Correct.
item.
Correct. In other words, if a park superintendent or foreman wanted to go purchase even a $200 item, it would still have to go in front of council before that happened, correct?
Yes, because of the transfer from, just for those two non-revertings, yes, the parks.
And will
Budgeted money wouldn't have to.
And, please?
Budgeted money wouldn't have to. It's just excess what budgeted money.
If it was in parks and/or maintenance, it would,
Right.
even though it's appropriated.
Right.
What's the current amount limit?
There is none,
There's
that's
no
why.
set.
We just
That's-
told them to keep it about $500. We just told them that.
That's a big jump from 500 to 50,000.
No, this is for, we were talking about the purchasing agent and what this board would give him up to as far as an amount. Because the prior resolutions that you did appoint him as the mayor as the purchasing agent. By statute, it can be, if it's reasonably gonna be less, and these are supplies, less than 50,000. So if there's an amount that you all are comfortable with, a threshold, and then, then he must come to you if it's more than that, that's what this is about. And these are just small purchases, which they consider, I guess, the state of Indiana considers small purchases are up to 50,000, so.
It's just every ordinary day procedure. If they gotta go get a,
But to be clear, Mayor, this is separate from that purchasing policy, the purchasing ordinance, which is under section 3701. What I was suggesting there, and I didn't mean to throw those together, is there is a certain section that says, let me just pull it up so I'm not misquoting it. Those are services. That's not supplies. So it is the same, sorry. Yeah, it was services. They can purchase services, each city agency, department, officer, and elected city official may purchase services in whatever manner the purchaser determines to be reasonable. I'm just saying that that might be something that the council might want to look at. But this has to do with supplies. So, and that token, you are requiring your department heads to do the purchase orders for supplies. And maybe you want to change the ordinance to make it a certain dollar amount.
Can. Everyone. That way you keep track with these budgets. Just because in the budget don't mean you have to spend the money. It's not needed.
So you're gonna come up with that amount prior to us passing?
Well, that's what I was leaving up to you.
That's why it's blank.
That's why it's blank. I don't want to presume anything
I
else.
think we ought to just send it on the council and let them decide, because they're gonna be the ultimate.
That may be a good idea. That way there's no conflict.
As you mentioned Fall Festival, you know, we're running up and down. We're gonna have one, we're not gonna have one. People's trying to prepare and stock, and it's just a time factor there and sensitive, and I'd pass it on to council and let them make the decision.
This wouldn't be passed on to council. This is a resolution of the Board of Works. So if you want something done for that, then we'll have to do a separate resolution.
All right, well, we gotta make a decision on dollar amount. Up to,
Mayor, what's your recommendation on the dollar amount?
Well, some department, you take your vehicle, maybe, they may run into somebody on theirs. But if it's, I told them 500 right now, just so they get used to the PO numbers.
Using the PVOs.
Yeah. It's up to you, whatever you guys want to do.
So number 2, he's saying 500, Leslie? Is that what it is?
Yes.
And they pretty much in a day's time, shouldn't run over $500. That's it's
No, on
something
a single purchase of supplies, no. You're right.
And then the board, if it goes over that, the board would have to approve more. So that this would be less than 501 in the first one, and then 501 would be in the number 3. If the cost of the purchase will be
I
less.
worded it, sorry. Yeah.
Less than $501 would be the agent, and then the board will be at least $501. Is that right?
Goes up to 501.
I think so. Because if it's less
That's the way it's spelled out here, it would have to
that
read
means
that way.
the agent would have the discretion at $500 or less, that means, and then the board would be 501 and up.
Maybe I can just put that, I mean, I can change this Exhibit A and attach it if you guys are, so it would be, make a purchase when the cost of the purchase would be less than or equal to, maybe, $500? That may be better?
That's fine with me.
Okay. 500, and then must approve purchase when the cost of the purchase will be at least 501. Okay. I can, like I said, this was for discussion. We can bring it back to the next meeting, so.
Okay. Old business, Mike Clark, Ratliff Landing Camp Area Improvement Bid.
Thank you, Your Honor. We opened the bids at the last meeting, took this under advisement. At this time, it would be my recommendation that we reject all bids. They came in extremely high. We don't have the money budgeted for it. I mean, I still like the project, But at this time, I think we have no choice but to reject them all.
Did any of the companies state why that was so high over the estimated amount?
There were a couple reasons. One was the asphalt prices jumped an extreme amount. The second was it's such a flat piece of ground, actually, where this was going to go. They're very concerned about the amount of area disturbed and then the restoration. Time it would be done, coming back 3 or 4 times to get grass to grow, and their scope, they expanded it because they were being conservative to include a lot more dirt work and a lot more restoration than probably necessary.
Could we, Mike, after we reject this, along with our design professionals and staff, could we go value engineer some of the needs and wants out
I
of this?
would definitely like to do that, to see if we could change the scope enough to get the price more within range.
In saying that, I'd like to include Parks Board in doing that.
Yeah.
And what do we anticipate on spending?
Well, actually, the budget number was off. There was 40,000 in the budget. It was supposed to be 140. I'll take the blame for that one. But there again, these prices came in extremely high for what the amount of work is. There again, I know there were about 3 reasons why they were being conservative, and the cost skyrocketed.
Need a motion to reject the bids.
I'd so move.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Your Honor, could we do a work session maybe with Parks in here in near future and come up with some conceptuals that
Sure.
would help VE those items down?
Sure. Be fine. Set something up, Mike.
Okay.
Okay. Review and discuss claims board approval.
So move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion adjournment?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Utility board in 5 minutes.
This is economic studies and their strategies.
The mayor can sign this, you guys pass it.
How you doing, sir? I'm doing well, thank you. How are you, Michael? Good. You cold?
They're kind of empty here. Sometimes it is.
Now they're pitching, they're pitching the fast pitch style where it's, so now all they have is
You still get pricing on, we approved the dope, it's out for pricing now.
hey, why are we doing this?
It's not better
I hear you. You know how that goes. So there's nothing. It's open. Everything should be in place, like that stuff.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Like I said,
use Aurora as a
She said you should.
You can use Greensburg, you can use Madison.
And then he never corrected it. I know.
Sean was on vacation. Hey, ask me beforehand.
I know she got it right.
Okay, Sean was on vacation. I told Chris McKay, I said, okay, Aurora's meetings Monday night, you can come to Lawrence. I couldn't hear it.
Who's she pick?
Aurora. Are they okay?
Like, you had issues, questions.
Chris
Run
was
me down
over
the road.
and Sean. I used to teach the job now, like, since you come in their office. One place, get those calls, where do they call?
Yeah, it's,
Really?
I know it don't take very long. Oh, that's sophomore.
So maybe you shouldn't.
Good calls. Yep, I made,
Radio, you know.
I guess we made over $100 for calls.
So, it was interesting.
Oh, hey, if you know anybody needs them, let me know.
okay. Yeah.
I made more than one.
I know.
How are you doing?
Like, it was a public meeting. I think I know what it is.
I know wanted to buy one.
Oh, did you?
I know what you said.
Yours,
Hey, I gotta tell you what, well, let me see the date on that.
And then,
Look at the, it's wet too,
you didn't
it's
put anything else
dusty.
I know.
after that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where that is, so we can see.
Yeah. Or it'd be boring up there in September. Yeah. Yeah. Especially for you, your backyard.
That happened. I put in the famous.
Yeah, if you have to get out here early, I'll text you tomorrow, let you know what happened.
He's awesome.
Okay. Yeah, I will.
For the record.
Yeah, I don't know what time, but it's,
I would.
yeah.
For the record.
You're not kidding. How do you
Yeah.
go from dad racing
Again.
motorcycles to him getting-
Yeah, I'll text you if it's not too late. I'll text you tonight. If it's late, then I'll text you tomorrow.
Well, he's fine.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's what the guy across the
Stood
street
up
said too.
vertically.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's
Yeah.
gonna take a while. That won't.
Oh, no, I know.
Maybe to the parks ordinance.
Down the 2 hour.
That shouldn't take long.
Yeah, we talked about the last meeting too. We're trying. Yeah, we're trying to get
It's a little chilly.
it out for you guys too down there.
Yeah.
We talked about the last meeting. Yeah.
Kelly.
Yeah.
You wanted to where you want me to. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to try to do it at our house, because I only live one block over, and we have to try to do it at our house, and as soon as we move our cars, one person will pull there, and then it ruins it all. Yeah, that's the way it is at our house too. Yeah. I'll let you know. All right.
Yeah, I'm going to the hospital. My nutrition.
Let's see. Call utility board meeting order. Roll call, please.
Member Jane Pope. Present. Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member William Bruner.
Here.
Member Mike Lawrence.
Here.
Member J.R. Holcraft. Attorney Leslie Votaw.
Here.
Utility Director Mel Davis.
Here.
Mayor Dennis Carr.
Here.
And myself.
Any announcements? Hearing none, approve the minutes of previous meeting.
I'll move.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Committee reports.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the projects, the water projects are going very well. They've started restoration on both projects, the high-pressure water main and the distribution main out on Industrial Drive. There was Proximo had a water break in their fire system last week. And it, I guess, caused some damage to some of those homes that they purchased over there on Main Street. In the electrical
Mel, could you
division,
speak up, please?
pardon me?
Could you speak up, please?
Oh, sure. In the electrical division, we're doing substation testing over at the Hollywood substation right now. And later this week, we'll be installing a new breaker at Walker Street substation. The rate consultant has completed his work and would like to get a schedule as to when he could present that to the utility board.
Next meeting? Or sooner?
Bill said next meeting?
Next
Next
meeting or
meeting.
sooner?
It probably, we would want to do a work session prior to the meeting. So,
How long of a
If that's all right.
presentation think it'll be?
huh?
How long presentation you think it'll be? An hour maybe or something?
Maybe,
Maybe I'll just do a work session.
that's fine,
I mean,
yeah,
not before the council meeting, because sometimes
yeah,
you're pushing to get done.
right. It's up to you all.
Maybe we'll do just one separate.
I can't, the latter part of next week, but, week after is fine with me.
How about the first of next week?
Hmm?
How about the first of next week? Monday or Tuesday?
Monday, Tuesday, if that's enough time to schedule it, sure.
Monday.
I'll
we
have to
got
check his
redevelopment.
schedule, but
Redevelopment's on Monday.
Tuesday?
I'll have to check his schedule. Can you get a second date?
See what's available for him.
Okay.
Any more new business, Mel?
The other announcements, or the committee reports I have, the IMEA conference, the Indiana Municipal Electric Association, will be here in Lawrenceburg at the end of next week. The utility board is invited to attend. If you would let me know if you want to attend, I'll make arrangements for you.
Where's that at?
It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It was supposed to be at the event center, but didn't happen. And so it's at Hollywood Casino, so. The only other thing I have, Mayor, is in the packet, there were 2 quotes for repairs on our gates at the electric department. Just for your information, I pretty much decided. One quote was from H&B Systems for $4,885. The other quote was from Southern Ohio Door Controls from Miamitown for $950. I'm going to choose the $950.
Bit of a difference there.
Anything on the board?
Motion approved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
That concludes my report, Mayor.
You don't have any new business?
No, sir.
Any old business?
Nope, just me.
Getting short time, aren't you?
Well, old business, I'm old, so.
Okay, review, discuss claims, board approval.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion adjourned.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Member Jane Pope.
Present.
Member Aaron Cook.
Here.
Member Bill Brunner.
Here.
Member Mike Lawrence.
Here.
Member J.R. Holcraft.
Here.
Assistant Police Chief Mike Lanning.
Here.
Fire Chief Johnny Tremaine.
Here.
EMS Director Bobby Mills.
Here.
Attorney Leslie Votaw.
Here.
Utility Director Mel Davis.
Here.
Mayor Dennis Carr.
Here.
And myself.
Any announcements?
I have an announcement. I just want to check on the status of the curbside recycling again.
We're waiting for her to get their grants back, and Mike, you got the trailer?
They're gonna put the package out, when you guys are ready to put it.
Right. And the tubs, we're gonna have to find out if you're gonna give them to them or sell them to them, or how you're gonna do that. That'd be Board of Works probably, but here shortly.
Okay.
If they get quotes on everything in, we'll get it back to the boards.
Yeah, is there any kind of time frame you guys can guess on? Don't have to be exact, just so I can tell people. I have people contact me about that on a regular basis.
Take what to build that trailer, a
I
month?
would guess to get everything done,
By midsummer
Start
anyway.
distributing the tubs and stuff. Okay. And one other announcement I had. I guess the city used to fill in old wells and cisterns for people. Do they still? Is that still a procedure or?
One time, I think years ago, they did. Mario, you,
Well, I think Paul Tremaine started that, and we've done it all the way up through Cunningham's also. It
It's
just
a
has
safety
stopped here
deal.
in the last year.
Yeah, I guess there's a few of them over there. Two of them on Lake Street right now. I think one's filled in. So one person filled theirs in with dirt and old concrete, but it wasn't filling good. And they got 3 little kids, but a guy down 2 houses down has one that's open. They might have something laying over it, I'm not sure, and there's other kids on the other side, they're running back and forth, and one of the neighbors contacted me to see if the city still does that, because he's afraid one of these little kids are gonna fall in there.
And that was some of the concerns, like people would try to fill them themselves just using lawn clippings and garbage and.
Yeah, one of them, I guess, is just old concrete, chopped up sidewalk and dirt they threw in there, and then the other one, it doesn't have anything in it at all. So I didn't know, I didn't know.
I'm not opposed to it.
I got a question. Again, are we getting back to spending taxpayer dollars on private property?
It's the taxpayers' money that we're spending on the taxpayers.
Safety issue too. I hate to see a little kid get down the side and you never get them back out.
Leslie, maybe could you check into that for me and see if that's legal or?
And it's just to fill in.
Just to fill it in with.
I think just about every
Whatever.
home in town has a cistern. We filled ours in.
Okay, they'll get back to you, Aaron, Sue.
Okay,
Well, and
thank
I can check too with Mr. Fryman
Okay.
as far as the safe.
I don't think it's a bad idea. Okay, any more announcements?
Nope, thank you, that's all.
Okay, approve the minutes of previous meeting?
I got just something, something the minutes stated that I said that if the Fall Fest was made smaller, then I would vote to approve the claims. That's not what I said. I did a vote to approve the claims on no terms, just to approve the claims for Fall Fest. I didn't vote against it.
AJ?
You did vote to approve all claims?
Yes.
He did, it says Bill Burner says he agrees with Mike's suggestion is this is more of a tri-state party and not local. He would like to have the festival, would make it smaller,
It should,
but at this point, he would approve the claims.
it should say free tri-state party.
Okay, you know,
And you can review them again, but.
any more corrections? Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Committee reports, streets, island curves, Aaron?
No report except for just they want to check on the status of the High Street, asphalt, when that's gonna be done, still scheduled for June or?
The, dig out,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. You know, if it's the beginning of June or end of June?
I think it was about mid-June.
Okay.
If that changes, I'll give you an update
Yeah,
on it.
how long will that take from, for
We'll
full
do it in
completion?
sections, like they're in front of from Walnut, say to the alleyway.
By, Dick's there, by the trading post?
Right, so we
Okay.
keep access at least through that alleyway.
Okay.
We're probably looking at a week for that dig out,
Okay.
pave back, then of course for the other, another week.
Okay. No, that was the only thing I had on that, Mayor.
Okay. Finance, J.R. Hoka.
Reports in the packet.
The Fire Department, Bilbo Bruner.
No report.
Police Department. Fire Department.
Nothing more than, the rest of the board members should have a copy of the, run totals for April and then also a description of the ISO.
EMS Director.
I don't think we have copies of the ISO.
It was, it should be, attached with your run totals. If you need them, I'll give you another copy. I laid them out there before the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Building Department, Carl Frown.
Unless you got anything for me, sir.
Check on the system. Stop code or anything. Building cisterns.
Oh, yeah, I'll check on those there. We'll have staff tomorrow, I'm sure.
Okay. New business, Doug Rosenberger, AEP abatement check presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two things to present to council. The first is the annual $200,000 check from the Lawrenceburg plant to bring forward. And the second item is the tax abatement for Lawrenceburg plant. This is for 2014 year payable in 2015. This should be the last year for the abatement as well. And this is the one that needs to be voted on by council for approval.
Anything, council?
I would just like to thank you for your tradition of donating to the city of Lawrenceburg to give out grant money over the years, many, many years. AEP has been good to this community, and I want you to know that we're grateful for that, and a lot of nonprofits have valued from your grant money.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you for that. Thanks.
Anything else? Entertain a motion to vote on the abatement?
This is the last year for that?
Yes, I believe it is.
How many more years were you going to be there?
Lawrenceburg plant is projected to be there long-term.
This is the gas plant he's talking.
Yes, it's the gas plant. Tanners Creek plant will be shutting down next year.
Entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it.
Can I bring these forward?
Yes. Thank you.
How come she gets a check?
Tear up the check. Okay, do you need her signature or do you want me to sign? She's gone all week. Oopsie. And a number. Okay.
This says signature and title of authorized member, so I don't know
Said
why.
she usually puts a resolution number on it.
Oh, you mean as far as this actually puts a resolution number on it and then she signs it? Well, is this something we could contact her during the day tomorrow?
I'm sure we can.
Okay.
It's okay with you, I can pick it up Tuesday or Wednesday and take it to the county, and
Okay.
that's okay.
Yeah, we'll let you know. We're gonna have to contact her tomorrow and see. Okay.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Shelley Will, myself, Fall Fest Committee proposal.
Thank you, Mayor. The committee has collaborated to outline a proposal that would provide what we view as the greatest benefit to our citizens while reducing the financial impact of Fall Fest. You probably received a copy of that draft proposal in your packet. Basically, we're looking at 5 revenue streams here from the festival. We're looking at a percentage of beer sales. And to clarify, the Suns return 20% of their net revenue back to the event. We're also looking at concert ticket sales, ride ticket sales, and then that revenue from vendors and booth sales. We would also seek a number of sponsorships for the event. I don't think that has been imposed before. So moving forward, if claims will be approved, then our Fall Fest committee meetings will be open to the public, and we'll use volunteers for subcommittees and other areas where applicable. This, is a draft proposal, but if this proposal pleases the council, we would request that you consider approving Fall Fest claims.
In this current proposal, it says that rides, vendors, beer, booze, and entertainment will be at the fairgrounds. So it's got switched back to the fairgrounds again.
They're gonna start charging, they're gonna have to, because you can't fence that in down there to do it. These budget cuts coming, that's one that's probably gonna get cut some too, so if you wanna keep the Fall Fest going, somebody's gonna have to pay.
I took a survey of people that talked to me about it since Friday when I got this packet, and it's in mine, and some of them are from Jane's District 2, so District 1 and 2. I had 37 that said that they wouldn't vote for it at the fairgrounds, and 2 that said they would like it at the fairgrounds. So I'll have to go, if it's up to me, I would have to go with the 37, because 37 to 2 of the people that contacted me.
I'd like to correct Mrs. Will. In the past, we have had sponsorships. Hollywood has sponsored us. Argosy has sponsored us. UCB has sponsored us. First Financial Bank has sponsored us. Am I leaving anybody out?
No, they're
Mayor,
small,
you should be
very
familiar
small
with that.
donations.
Fair enough. That was an oversight on my behalf. Thank you.
And we always have had revenue coming in for the vendors and the booths. I agree with Aaron. If we keep it downtown, I don't have a problem with this proposal. And I think we can somehow manage to corral the people, fence them in, and have people at different areas of the gates in case something happens where the gates could be opened and the people could be they could go out. I think it could be done, and I've talked to a lot of citizens, and they tell me it's the one time out of the year that they get to enjoy themselves for little or no money. And they said they don't care how many people's downtown. The amount of foot traffic or amount of people that's downtown doesn't stop the people that I'm talking to from attending the Fall Fest. They still come. I mean, my district, District 1, District 2 is within walking distance. They don't even have to find a parking spot. So I don't have any problem with this. If we keep it downtown, I think it's time we did start charging. I think to make it simple, this is just a suggestion, anybody that lives within the 47025 area code. You show a driver's license with 47025, whether it's Greendale, Lawrenceburg, Ledlow Hill. I mean, we're even talking a little bit of Hidden Valley and Bright, because some of these kids go to our schools at 47025, and you may not be able to do that through the electric bills, but there's other ways, and you put the word out. The parents could stop in down here at the utility office to get the bracelets. And I'm not an avid race fan, but my husband is, and several other men that I know. They go to races over a 3-day period. They get one wristband, and they wear that wristband for 3 days. So you don't have to give wristbands multiple each individual day. And that would simplify it until...
Talked about that too, but fencing that area down there is almost impossible to keep people out. Fairgrounds already fenced in, more secure, better. That's what the committee was looking at.
Another problem with the fairgrounds is it's already got a race, the last race of the season. They've got a big purse and everything scheduled for that day. So
we talked to him a little bit about that.
What did he say about it?
We got to talk to him again.
Can we compromise? I loved your article in the newspaper, Erica. I will recognize you. Let's kind of compromise here, keep it downtown. And I don't know if 4 wristbands per family is enough. You'd have to look into that to see how many children.
That's what I was gonna say too.
The only thing is, Jaden, it's gonna be quite impossible to do that. It's gonna take a lot of fencing.
I think with your engineering and Mario and Mike, and you guys have done things that are almost impossible, I think the 3 of you can do it.
Well, I know that, Mike, how many people you got in your house, Mike? 5?
Yeah, there's 5 of them.
I got 6 in my house. I mean, that's just
Well,
people
the
up
2
here.
wristbands were adults. I think the children was gonna get another band.
At the end of the day, never gonna make it perfect for everybody.
No, you're not.
I mean,
But we're gonna have to look.
I suggested, what about, is there a possibility of having a festival with local acts downtown and having the big acts at the fairgrounds and have the shuttle bus service?
We had that plan too. We did. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Because my biggest fear, and I've shared it,
Yeah.
is, you know, I just don't want to see a little kid cross 50, possibly get hit, killed, who knows, you know, because I know that there's kids down here, might be the only fun they have all year. And that's why, going back to the free rides 2 years ago, you know, I wanted to see it for.
Shuttle people for us. Downtown, they're gonna have locations to pick up and bring back.
I think it can be kept downtown, Mr. Lawrence, and I think it can be overseen by fencing and enough people. Bring the volunteers back in. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want us, that's fine. But I do think there should be some escape routes with that fencing, and I think it can be done, and we can try it this year. My people, I mean, I just asked one person tonight, do you want to go to the fairgrounds or do you want to stay in the city? I wanted to stay in the city. It's a Lawrenceburg Fall Festival. They want it downtown.
I'm definitely not.
Tell me they want it over there.
I'm not going to argue that it can't be done. I think it can be done. I've had that discussion too.
Well, can we compromise to keep it downtown then and go forward with this?
My main thing, you know, was because Lawrenceburg residents can't continue to pay for everybody from out of town
Right.
to have a party. I'm not on that committee. But I'm open. You know, I would like to see the festival at least downtown. You know, because my big thing I'm looking at is the kids. I just don't want a safety issue for them.
If I may, Mario, do you have any comments regarding the feasibility of charging an entry fee if it was held downtown?
Are you looking to charge the festival people up on the hill versus the people down at the main stage area?
My thing is, if they're riding rides, they should pay one price for the rides. And if they're going down to the big concerts, they should pay a different price for that.
You know, our problem is on the backside, the Water Street, coming through, the swimming pool area, Kentucky Fried Chicken, that hillside.
But can't there be temporary fence put around there?
Well, we can barricade the whole thing down there, but again, just trying to.
I mean, I'm just trying to compromise here with, you know, if.
The fencing from what they had now was already $6,000.
Yeah, we spent $8,100 last year.
$8,000.
Yeah.
Well, if we spend a little bit more money for fence, we're bringing in a lot of money for ticket sales.
And is that fence, is it far, or shopped out? Or is it just give to one company right off the bat?
We get quotes on it.
We thought about buying some. We'd have to rent it every year. One cost.
Problem with that, storage.
Yeah.
Well, we got flexible.
Well, it's equal to, what we had last year, just a rental, was when I say used, was $32,000 to purchase.
I wouldn't be opposed to taking it back to the board to keep downtown if you want to pay the bills, but we need to look at this. Because the crowds are getting big and they're very tight. But we put this thing on for years. I've been involved decades.
What about what Mike suggested about maybe having the main attractions over at fairgrounds?
I think it's a good idea, but I did have some concerns with children potentially being downtown while adults were at the fairgrounds. So I saw a potential safety issue there.
Well, and then as far as any vendors, I mean, where do you
Yes.
put the vendors?
Yeah,
Do
the
you put them
vendors would definitely lose money, and you can't
downtown,
split
or they'd
them.
be
You gotta
there?
keep
We
everything in
got
one
room
place.
for 'em over there.
You wouldn't be able to have it in two separate places, is all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We had it mapped out where they could go over there, but
You almost had to, it may not happen this year, but in the past, you had a concert that you had at the fairgrounds without the festival, and that was a success years ago. The festival used to be a small downtown activity, which bicentennials thing grew out of just, enormous. So you may think about that, either have the concert separate in the near future at the fairgrounds and have, again, kind of go back to the rides and the small activities.
And just have couple local acts.
Right.
And that is actually a pretty good idea. Thank you. Because that is the way Fall Fest started. We had a festival downtown and we had our vendors. And I think we put on 2 concerts at one summer when
that was your.
Billy Ray Cyrus came in and Alabama came in.
That was the bicentennial year.
Exactly. And in saying that, you may get Hollywood or a major sponsor to buy in to that, big event at the fairgrounds for the groups.
Hollywood's on board with us. They're talking to us on things.
Then I would like it see, if we go that route, I would like it see it broke up into 2 separate dates. One for the concert and one for the downtown festival.
You're not
But
gonna
I-
have enough money to do that, Gene.
Well, then let's keep it downtown. Let's try to keep it downtown this year and see how it goes.
Costly to put this thing on.
Yeah, but he wasn't talking this year. I mean,
No,
you're talking
in the
about
future,
maybe-
yes.
Yeah.
The other thing with the fairgrounds was, on Saturday night of the festival, we can leave it lay. I paid double time to people to clean it up all night. We come back Monday morning without paying overtime to clean it up. Had to cut a lot of costs.
I just can't go against what my citizens want. They want it to stay downtown.
I hear a lot of different, but
What, for this year, because it's a time crunch, is it possible, have it downtown, do the temporary fence, there's already a race date set, start talking about it sooner for next year, try to get something put in place, come up with ideas,
we see what we do.
move forward with this for this year?
We'll take it back to board. I'm not opposed to it doing this year downtown, as long as we keep this thing going. It'd be a crime to take us away from the little organizations to make their budgets off of this thing.
Yeah, I really can't speak on behalf of the committee, but, we can address that at the next meeting.
When
I
is
think,
that?
We got a call.
We'll schedule one.
Because I would think this needs to be,
For all of it.
Okay.
Time is of the
Something-
essence.
I'd like to make a
Something
motion to
being
send back to your
decided.
committee.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we keep all of Fall Fest downtown for the year 2014.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And you will pay the bills.
and that,
I mean, we
that
said,
is with charging
Yeah.
for
Right.
out of town. Aye.
I mean, that's paying the bills too, right? Because we gotta start the contract here shortly.
For the whole Fall Fest to be downtown still?
Yeah.
well, we need a couple changes in here about the wristbands.
Well, I think that the details we can iron out, and our
If we're gonna keep it,
meetings will be public.
Mario?
Like I say, you're right, the meetings will be public, but can we come up with some different draft ideas as far as charging and kind of give you a menu list and do our recommendations and get them to you in your packet?
Well, isn't that going to be based on what you can get at this late date when it comes to music anyway?
Well, I'm just talking about security and charging the people to get in. I'm not talking about the bands or anything.
Well, you'll charge them more if you get a better band, wouldn't you? Charge them less if you
That I
can't.
don't
We don't
know.
wanna get it too high.
That I don't know.
Right, I agree.
We wanna keep it cheap enough that people can afford it. We'll take it back to them. Then that's to pay the bills too. We're gonna get ready to go into some contracts.
Yeah, my only concern is, I agree with Jane, I second the motion just to keep it downtown, but, if a family has 5, 6, how many ever kids they have, just, let them have more than 4 wristbands.
Oh, we are. I mean, the 2 wristbands were just for adults.
Okay.
Then it was gonna do children, it's different. Because it'd be a different band to get on rides. Okay, the motion.
Hey, you want me to add to my motion that the Lawrenceburg Fall Fest will be kept downtown for the year 2014, and city council will agree to pay all claims and invoices?
Yes.
That's my motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
And that is being charged.
And that
For
is
that-
being charged.
Okay.
I want to add to that. Let me add to that.
I just wanted everything to be clear here.
We will keep Lawrenceburg Fall Fest downtown for the year 2014. City Council will pay all claims and invoices. Anyone in a 47025 area will not be charged to enter the concert or pay for the rides. Other people will be charged based on the committee's decision on the concert fees, and Paul Murray will take care of the ride fees.
Can you repeat that? I didn't get that.
That's pretty long.
You have that down?
I got it.
Okay, got a motion, there's a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it. Good, we got a fall fest.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. Jackie Stutz, additional appropriations.
That'd be me. She left in the packets, you had an additional appropriation ordinance. I think this is the one, if I'm not mistaken, that was partially accepted at one point and then
Because it was two
we
separate
rejected,
funds.
right?
Yeah. And I wanted to clarify for you all, the accounting customer service pay, that is the difference. When Jackie did the budget for 2014, she put the 2013 amount in for Kelly. This is the difference between the 2013 and the 2014 amount as far as the union contract.
Can you show me that in this budget book?
I can show you it.
What's Kelly's title? Or, Kelly, do you have one with you handy? The budget book?
I can tell you, and that's why I brought my.
Kelly, what's your title, hon?
Service.
Yeah, so it's, the difference is 2261. Oh, it's LL. Times 40.
That's what Jackie needs to add to get her up to accounting, customer service gets paid $47,029 a year.
Yes. That's the 2013, for 2013, that was 4702,880, so 029.
But we brought her in just as a clerical.
No, she signed the bid for the accounting customer service. There was a bid posted, and she signed the bid and got the job. When was that, Kelly?
That was right before Brittany Dollar was hired. That was at that time frame. I don't have the exact date, but the end of last year.
So then again, Jackie made another mistake.
No. There was a job bid, because I think at first she was gonna bring Brittany in as accounting, customer service. But then she decided to put her in a non-union, and that's when she put her in CT accounting. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
But then why isn't this amount already approved then in the budget?
Because the budget reflects the 2013 amount, which is the 4702.9, when the 2014 amount is 2336. So that should be
How can you drop money?
times 52. It's 48,588.
So does Jackie have it correct in the budget at $49,920? $49,920. Does
Okay,
Jackie have-
2261, right, times 40, and then times 52 is 47,029.
So she's got it right in the budget, wrong in the budget?
Yes.
Oh, right down here. 47,029.
And it should be, that's not right.
I think what
times 40.
the union book matches the budget at 47,029.
It's 48,589. It's 48,589 is what the 2014 wages should be for that position. that right? Did you do that?
No, I didn't, but I watched you and it looked right.
Okay. What is it, 47?
Accounting, customer service, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's the difference. It's 155.
4702-829.
Is 15.
Five.
Now, what,
5980.
what is the step-up pay for that's on here?
There was I can speak partially on this, just because I've been doing payroll. There are a couple gentlemen before we got the new truck that were hired in as laborers, Civil City, and they've had to step up and do garbage rate pay. And sometimes that's a straight 40 hours a week for a couple of them.
So how come Jackie didn't get it correct in the budget book?
She just looked at the 2013 instead of the 2014 amount.
This be took out of another line item somewhere?
Yeah, do we have to appropriate more money?
We're already about 33 million over revenue.
I understand the step-up pay. I understand what that's for, but we didn't budget enough in that line item? Is that what you're saying, Suzanne, or Jackie's saying?
Right.
Medicare tax, we didn't budget enough for that?
I can't speak for that. I don't know exactly what happened there. I'm assuming that's what happened. It's really the first time I've seen that on here.
I guess she go ahead and read it.
Would you like me to read this, or?
I have no more questions.
Any more questions?
Well, mine was just, can it be took out of another line item, because I just can't vote for more appropriation.
We take it out another line item for this year?
Are you asking me?
That's mine.
Yeah. I mean, is there a line item for something that we can take it from?
Do you have one in mind, or a number you want me to look at? I have the report here.
Because I know before there was some line items that, you know, was 100%, there was nothing being used for them.
The what?
Handbook, union handbook. Why don't we just give her authorization to take it out when she finds one?
You wanna do that, Mike? Just give her authorization, she finds a line item, take it out of
Yeah, that's fine.
it? Be okay with you?
Yep, as long as she can find one, take it out of, and doesn't
For-
overdraw it.
For the total amount, the 23,000?
Put that in the motion, Mike?
Yeah, so moved.
I think, do I still need to read the ordinance?
Okay. Do you need to read it first, or should I make a motion for it to be subject for passage of the ordinance to be
We can do
took out
that.
of
We can do that. We can word it that way.
I'll make a motion, subject to passage for the additional appropriation to be took out of another line item versus it being an actual additional appropriation, and give Jackie the authorization to find a line item that she can take it out of and not overdraw the line item.
You a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it.
So yeah, you don't need to read this then. Oh, well, yeah, you did, because it was notice to taxpayers, correct?
Mm-hmm. And he did it subject to, didn't you?
Yep.
Okay. You want me to read it? Okay. Ordinance 5, 2014, additional.
Or one, does this have to be passed if it's coming out of another line item? I don't think it does,
I think
does
it
it?
has to be read, just because it's a notice that, you know what I mean? It's
Put it
a
in
notice
the-
to taxpayers. But at this point, I guess you put your motion before, cart before the horse, but, you know what I mean? You would, if you are not going to approve the appropriation, you can say, according to your previous motion, I guess.
Right.
I'm hearing from my friends over here that it doesn't have to be read, that we just made a motion.
We're not doing
and-
appropriation.
Because it's not gonna come,
It's not gonna appro-
it's not
we're not
gonna be
appropriating
appropriation, it's gonna come out of the line item that's already appropriated.
We don't need to read it even though we
Well,
put it
the only
in
thing is
paper.
that if you read the notice to taxpayers, or taxpayers appearing at the meeting shall have the right to be heard. Yeah.
It would be rejected, but do we not have to read it because it was publicized?
Should read it, it's been
They
published.
know what the money's gonna be for.
Okay.
I believe that's the reason why, yes.
And then
I
he
mean, that
can
makes sense to me.
reference previous motion? I don't need to read it 3 times, is that correct? Okay.
But if you just want to read it,
No, it's
and then it'd be
open out.
subject to the previous motion.
City of Lawrence, additional appropriation ordinance, ordinance number 5, 2014, City of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Whereas it has been determined that it is now necessary to increase the appropriations in excess of what was originally appropriated in the annual budget, now therefore, Section 1, be it ordained by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, that for the expenses of the taxing unit, the following sums of money are hereby appropriated out of the funds named and for the purposes specified, subject to the laws governing the same. General Fund 101,035, 128, step up, 14,198 even, 101,037, 122 Medicare, 7,650, 101,041, 116 Accounting Customer Service, $1,560. Total additional appropriation, $23,408. Passed by the Common Council, City of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, 5th day of May, 2014.
I'll make a motion to approve, subject to my prior motion that passed, that it is not an actual additional appropriation, it's taken out of a line item, and give Jackie permission to find that line item to take it out of without overdrawing that line item.
You're a second.
And to let council know where it's coming from.
I'll add that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it.
I need a public, is there any public?
Anybody having any public say anything against this report? Hearing none, moving on.
There you go. Kind of roundabout way that works.
Okay, Jane Pope, ordinance, 28-4001, 488 parks maintenance. Into non-voting fund may be spent on council approval.
Okay, I talked to Suzanne and I believe it was Kelly earlier. They said that Jackie has already transferred the funds from the parks maintenance into a NR non-reverting fund. Was that because we had previously approved that?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah,
The
because I
council had
thought we
already
had
approved that.
previously approved that, and we wouldn't have to do that again. So all that money and give me a second here.
I can give you the amounts.
You got them?
I do.
And that was, we talked to Dan Hedden, and he said because it was done in the budget process and we passed that ordinance, the budget ordinance.
So it was always supposed to be non-reverting funds?
Yeah,
Yes.
that since we passed it at the time we did the budget, that it, there is no additional ordinance or anything we need to do.
And that not only applies to the park maintenance, but the building monument maintenance, the same thing has already been transferred to
Yes.
NR?
Yes.
Which we agreed upon. What's your totals? Are we still at the 40 million? Could she find enough to transfer the full 4 million?
These are the numbers that Jackie gave me. We transferred from 284,001,498.
Which is building monument maintenance.
That's correct. $3,951,011.88.
$3,951,000.
$11.88. 3951011.88.
That was building.
That was building monument maintenance.
All right, repeat those numbers again.
3951011.88.
Okay, so we've spent money since,
That was transferred for, building monument maintenance.
the last number she gave me was $3,951,860.60.
What, $300?
How much?
860, 68, 60 what cents?
Yeah.
860.
I don't know, I can only give you the number you'll have to call her next week. I can just give you what was transferred here.
Okay. So, $3,951,011.88. Did we have any money in that non-reverting fund prior to that transfer?
To begin with,
Yes.
I would have to double check, but I do not believe so because I think it's a new fund.
I think it was a zero balance.
I'm pretty sure we just created it.
It wasn't just created.
It was not.
We had it prior.
Yeah, we had
Okay.
the funds. and
I
they
would
were
have to
taken
look,
out
well, hold on. No, this would be
last
current.
year. Remember, there was 8 million
I
taken
mean,
out.
I just know because the ordinances are in our ordinance book, so it couldn't have been this year. It would have, you know what I mean? It would have had to.
I would have to check on that. I can't. I don't feel
Okay.
comfortable giving you.
On that,
Yeah.
plus the,
And then what was the amount that was transferred on parks?
For Parks Maintenance Fund to the NR Parks was $3,968,000, $3,968,480.43. I'll read that again. $3,968,480.43.
that matches my number. And can you get me a balance on that too? If there was any balance in there before we transferred that amount?
Mm-hmm.
And then we all agreed, I don't think we have to put it into a motion, the non-reverting funds are not allowed to be spent without council's approval.
That was in there.
Correct, Leslie?
Yes. Those, for those two funds, that's how it was set up, yes.
I think all non-reverting
No,
funds.
it's not all
For which one?
non-reverting. It says it in each one of our ordinances has,
480.
but those two were by council only. I just looked for those two today. I didn't look at the rest of them, but,
Well, that's the reason why we put it in a non-reverting fund, so it couldn't be spent without council's approval.
Well, the 10 counties, no, the 10 county, because grants are being withdrawn now, they're on a constant.
Oh, okay, now that one I can
so
understand.
yeah, I mean, you can look at them. They're actually, they're in our ordinance book if you want, and if there are ones that you want to bring up. But like I said, I checked on those two in particular, and those two are by council only.
Mario, you have something?
Yeah, I think Suzanne's going to check, see if there was any previous balance that was not slated for non-reverting, but you realize making both those zero and all non-reverting, day-to-day operations will have no expenditures unless it comes back in front of you.
I think Parks had something like 250,000.
Well, you were going to leave something in there, but
We did, I think we did 200,
The 250 for parks was for capital
Improvements.
For projects.
Right.
Not for the
Day-to-day.
operations.
operations.
so.
Maintenance too, wasn't it? Shut maintenance.
Well, maintenance is the same way.
Was
Fully funded.
Well, why didn't we have anything in the budget for day-to-day operations?
We reduced that out of the general budget, Jay, to put it in this, so that we wouldn't have to increase the tax rates.
In the discussion, I think early on was you were going to pick a number. I think Mike had brought it up about the expenditures from the previous years because we were holding like so much money in that and we only spent X. And that's when the thought was to come up with a number to leave in parks and maintenance.
Well, and also what Mr. Hedden said was that it also, you could even have a budget within the non-reverting fund
Correct.
where certain things wouldn't necessarily, emergency things or things that were, to go
Those
down to
would be-
Lowe's and pick up a part,
Right.
they'd be able to go down and pick up a part.
Right.
Can't buy anything right now.
That's what I'm saying, but
We-
there's a
we
way to
did,
budget
'cause-
that.
Let me find Parks here real quick, because I know we got money in Parks.
Of the 4
You have to
million,
remember, that's the end of March that you're looking at.
I'm
Oh, I
looking
thought
at
you were
the-
looking at
I'm
the
looking at the
appropriation,
budget
sorry.
book.
There may be some parts, there's nothing in there for the maintenance.
Well, parks in DMDF, 488 is what you're probably going to be looking at in the budget.
I just know when I went through it, there was $250,000 for,
Those were capitals.
I thought,
We have some lines in the general budget, but not many.
Yeah, I think there's only like 4,000 if you go to general for parks. Well, I'll give it a good case in point. We have an inspector coming in Thursday to inspect all the parks equipment because they're certified. We won't be able to do that now till we get the okay from parks to do that.
Well, we'll give you the okay right now, if you want it.
But I mean, it wasn't an agenda item, so I don't have,
Can he come in, do the inspection, then we can appropriate the money for what he needs to have fixed?
well, as you said, that
What
was,
do you pick and choose to do that with, though, Jan? I mean, there's,
I can't I'm totally confused here. I can't understand why there wasn't money budgeted to carry the parks through the whole year, to carry the building and monuments maintenance through the whole year. Because we, from the get, said we wanted these $4 million put into a separate, non-reverting fund
for the future.
for the future.
but ended up at, it started out first at a different number in the budget. I remember going through the meetings, and it evolved into that. And that 488 to 498 were would cover all the maintenance and operating expenditures. And then you guys did increase it, and then you said you wanted the entire amount put in non-reverting. And that's where we run into the problem. Next year, we can add 2 lines to each one of those. As Leslie said, to have a budget within a budget for maintenance
and I think Mike,
whatever, to where it wouldn't have, the guys can go get their parts and materials.
Can you have the cost for that, Mario, at the next meeting?
sure,
So we can vote on that?
Yeah, I mean, that could probably just be adjusted, or those line items that have zero now, you could just appropriate the funds out of the non-reverting back into there to cover us for the rest of the year.
Then we need to make next year budgets for this.
How much do you expect that to cost?
well, it depends if they find anything wrong.
But I mean, are you needing just approval to pay for them to inspect it right now, or?
Right, they'll give me an hourly fee to do the inspect, but once the list is created.
Well, can't that come out of maintenance equipment?
We have enough, we have $4,000 I can take out of the,
It's actually out of another non-reverting account for ball field, playground.
playground.
Yeah,
There's a-
That has separate lines underneath of it.
Because there's 5,500 as of end of March in maintenance equipment for under parks, looks like.
But I think, Mike, Mr. Lawrence at one time had mentioned that you were gonna set aside X for those two, not that whole amount. You wanted that big nut out of there, that 4 million out, but you were gonna set aside operating costs, because Mike had brought it to our attention, what we spent, expenditures prior to that for each one of those items.
And that's what the next budget, everybody's gonna get their hands around.
Okay.
But like I say, I mean, a can of paint or anything that the day in and day out operations for both maintenance and parks would have to come back in front of you, once we
Hey,
get.
I'm in the Parks Department right now, in the Parks Fund. We got $12,688 we put in for maintenance.
What's that? What line item?
It's 1303. Park.
Was that the preparation report?
This
right?
is into the March.
Under 2040011 ones and a 3.30.
Is that the end of March? I think that's on the same line what Mike just looked at, that's down now.
That's got 4,000.
That's got
Yeah.
4,000 in it.
Well, no, that Mike might have said, yeah.
Is that the same line item you just looked at, Mike?
Because there's also that 5,500 in maintenance equipment
Correct.
under parks.
Okay. How much do we have in, that line item I just mentioned, maintenance for parks? What's left in that? Can you give me that information, Suzanne?
What's the line item number?
204, and the last 4 digits are 1113.
04.
Could I make a suggestion that we come up with a number to try to get us through the rest of the year and possibly do appropriation for day in and day out maintenance? Because Parks and, well, Toby and Mike are gonna need,
They're separate though, I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying, they're gonna need operation
Plus
monies.
688.
right.
So
They
there's still,
can't wait till the council meeting to put in front of them.
Parks maintenance.
well, there is maintenance, there is
That's end
parks,
of March, though.
end of March is 12,688.
Yeah, but, and you gotta understand, some of those lines are for specific areas, just like the maintenance.
Like the swimming pool for the,
That's
Feed and
not,
feed and stuff
that's
like
not,
that.
well, that's not.
No,
the
that's
same
all
thing
separate.
as The chemicals for the weed feed and the fertilizers.
Yeah, but you got that all separated out. You do.
I'm just telling you, Jane, there's not gonna be enough though. Because we've loaded it into the gaming money,
so it wouldn't hit the
so
tax.
we can keep the tax rate down.
And then we got garage motor supplies in Parks Department, 25,000.
And
Yep.
that's for all the vehicles and all the equipment.
And we got herbicides, 1,000.
Maybe it's something we can go through and
Already
double check
spent
exactly what's coming out of those
Double
things.
that already, Jane.
The
See, that's
maintenance.
where we're getting worried about how the guys are gonna be able to do their jobs.
Yeah, the busy season's just starting too.
Parks probably got something to keep going right now, but the maintenance has nothing.
Well, Mr. Clark, isn't it you the one that spends all the parks, maintenance money? Aren't you the one that actually oversees the parks when it comes to spending money? You take care of that?
I'm looking at that right now, yes.
So
I don't spend
the
any.
parks working foreman has no say-so in this budget at all. You take care of all of it, don't you? You spend all the money, don't you?
I don't necessarily spend it, I look at the expenditure.
He spends it.
He's not allowed
Puts
to
in claims
spend
all the
it.
time.
But you do oversee the parks and you do see how the money's spent and where it goes.
And that's just been thrown in my lap here recently.
That's been for years.
You're not allowed to spend it, Mike? Or,
No, I don't spend the money. And
I'm just, what do you
I think
mean?
I'm
there's
not,
some
I'm done.
confusion going on.
I'm done.
I just want to bring your attention that those day in and day out
Well, that's-
operation numbers.
Because building maintenance gonna have anything,
Well-
how they gonna repair anything?
For an example, something that was needed to be done in the Parks Department was not able to be done because the person that, Parks foreman, was denied to do it, to order the product that was needed.
Did he bring that to our attention? What?
Yes, he brought it to your attention, and I don't want to go any further.
I don't remember what it was.
Well, just like he brought to my attention, we need to do our inspect. That's why we got, working with Toby to bring the inspectors in to check the equipment.
I'm glad that has been done. That needs to be done.
That should be done, because that's saved us a lot of liability.
Well, we don't want a kid to get hurt or anything.
Well,
No matter if
I don't know what
it
the best
doesn't cost a
answer is
penny in
between
liability.
now and the next
somebody getting
meeting,
hurt.
whether or not you guys, I don't know. I mean, how long will it take you to get the expenses that you know what I mean? To get them together as far as,
Well, first, can we,
It'll take us probably a day to go through the equipment. They'll do their punch list on it. I mean, and what we find is something's, a high liability, as you've seen in the past, we'll close it off until that piece or part gets,
but before we look at putting any money there, can you get it inspected, get those numbers back, and
Sure.
and then we go forward?
And can you also get us some kind of an estimate that we would need to appropriate to keep the day-to-day operations going in both departments?
yes.
so that might take it to the next meeting anyway then.
Oh, that will, because we'll go back through last year's expenditures to date and kind of use that without the capital improvements in those.
What about in the meantime?
Meantime, I guess he wants to buy anything. They don't repair anything.
Hiatus.
Well,
There's some
there's
money
money
left.
there for,
Yeah, we
to have
can
it
take-
inspected and
Money
everything.
for parks, but nothing building
Go
maintenance.
for a while, just not the whole year.
Yeah,
The
we're-
maintenance crew, they
If you had a hot water heater go out tonight, he just leaves it shuts it down, leaves it set.
Well, it's what they can do. They can go charge something.
how they go?
Most of our invoices are charged anyway. We don't prepay things, so within 2 weeks, if they need things, allow them to go ahead and get it, and we'll pay the claim in the invoice when we transfer the appropriation.
I thought that's the whole question, was you wanted to approve them before anything was.
Well, I'm just saying next,
We charge them
if in the next 2 weeks, we don't want to,
without approval.
Okay, so is it about because we're gonna move all this money to non-reverting?
No, it's, I don't have anything against that, but you gotta leave them enough money to operate
Well, can't,
departments.
for the time being, can't we just, let's leave 50,000 in each one for the time being?
That would work great.
And-
I mean, they
Yeah, I'd
can
do it.
And
continue
just-
to operate that way.
So now we want to transfer 50 back to,
You need something left in those two
That's what the
items until you
POs
come
do,
up with
keep
the
it within
budget.
range.
And that way you don't have to, do appropriation. Isn't that correct, Les?
Yes.
can I have that in a motion to transfer back 50,000?
Okay, Mike, you put that in motion.
I'll put in a motion that we transfer 50,000 back from each one to each of the parks and building maintenance funds
for day-to-day operations.
for day-to-day operations.
There's a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Just to clarify, please, you're taking 50,000 from the NR, putting it into 488, 50,000 from the NR and putting it in the 498.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Mike Lawrence, tort claims.
Yeah, we'd gotten 2 tort claims at, was that meeting before last, I think it was. And, Leslie said that we didn't need to do anything.
Not at this time, until they file suit.
One, I researched the code, which I saved it here. And it says, within 90 days of the filing of a claim, the governmental entity shall notify the claimant in writing of its approval or denial of the claim. A claim is denied when the governmental entity fails to approve the claim in its entirety within 90 days unless the parties have reached a settlement before the expiration of the period. But we wasn't even given the choice of anything. And then,
But I do think, isn't there something in there that says something about if you don't take any action, then it's deemed denied?
right, but you didn't give this board, they didn't make a decision if they want to deny it or not.
Okay.
And this board is a governmental entity, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I just wanted to,
Well, I mean, if it's regarding Mr. Taylor's thing, I guess if you guys voted to approve it, you'd pay out 3 million right now? Is that what you're saying?
well, no, because if you go on down through, it says that you have the right to, more or less negotiate a settlement and different things.
I mean, it's always been.
Compromise or settlement of a claim by governor, except as provided in section 20 of this chapter, the governor may compromise, which talks about governor, I don't know if it's the same for cities.
Well, I would just.
Compromise or settle a claim or suit brought against the state or its employees.
Oh, I can definitely, we can definitely bring that back if you want, but our whole thing is, and even EB could, oh, he's not here, but, we give those to our insurance companies right away, and they tell us whether or not, we're even covered under that end. But, we've seen tort claims before where they never even file a suit, So then you're jumping the gun and agreeing to settle to something when they may not even have a legitimate cause of action in court.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, the way I read this law, this board has to decide or has the right to decide if they think they got a claim or not.
I'll review it.
How many days has that been about? When was that?
You know when that was filed, Leslie?
It had to be 180 days from the time of the decision. The time of the decision was September 27th, so, and he got it right, and right before that, so the end of October, November. was April, end of April.
Oh.
Yeah, so
So-
like the second to last week in April. So we have 90 days.
So we're probably about
Like I
50
said,
days through it or something.
We've always done it just as, because if you don't do anything, it's deemed denied. And, they have 2 years from that date to file suit. But as far as practice goes legally, you're gonna wanna make sure that they are actually stating a cause of action and they're, because that torts claim doesn't give you, what they're basing everything on, other than, generally. So,
But here's my thing. I sat through all those hearings. Where do you make a decision of, do you take it to court and wind up, if you cost the citizens $3 million, which we seen one over Middle Earth, they was awarded more than the lawsuit was even asking for? Or do you try to negotiate something down for a lot less money?
well,
mean-
and you can always do that at the time that it's filed, and that does happen. I mean, obviously, this board, I don't know, was it this board that decided to go through with Middle Earth, or was it last council? I'm not sure. It was this.
This board,
this
under
board.
Joe Votal's advisement, take it to court.
So, and you always have the right to settle once, the case is actually filed. So I think, to me, it seems like you're just jumping the gun if you don't even know if they have a legal basis for their claim. But I'll review the statute and, I can bring it back to you on the next.
Okay. That's the Votal amendments to parks ordinance.
All right, what do I do with it? There it is. This is pursuant to Mr. Lawrence's, request last time. Under section 9003, we only actually have 2 sections in our parks ordinance. And one's about Tate Street, Civic Center or something, so it's really outdated. I mean, that was the Dearborn Adult Center, right?
Yeah, that's where the tennis courts used to
On
sit.
Day Street, was down by the pool.
Rec
That
center.
was the old pool thing. So, and maybe you want me to table it so that we can change that, because it basically said anybody can drink, except, they can't drink unless you're there. I mean, basically, that's what the ordinance says now. That it's unlawful to drink inside, just like out on the street, except for at the Tate.
Yeah, now, that location has the pavilion, which is the skating pavilion. So, yeah, I mean, there probably needs new
So,
language
the
put to it.
community center.
Before we do this amendment, and I looked at it and I thought,
Correct.
So it says they can drink,
you
That's
can,
your
except for there,
Oh.
which,
which is
right
now where the skate park is?
Yeah, no, that's where the pavilion is for pool.
Pavilion, the water.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think we want drinking there. Not even in the splash park?
Say, go over the whole.
Yeah.
You buying there?
Let's see. Here's general regulations. It's under Parks and Recreation, and the only thing, like I said, it says, no person shall consume alcoholic beverages in those designated areas designated as parks and by the city. In those areas designated as parks by the city, which is true, correct? No one can drink in any of our parks right now.
They drink,
Oh,
yeah.
something.
So really, we probably should redo the entire ordinance on parks.
Right, the exception, that it has exception, does not apply to the Tate Street recreational building.
Agner Hall would be considered a
Right,
park property
notwithstanding
also.
Division A of this section, however, the consumption of alcoholic beverages in the Tate Street recreational building shall only be permitted during and in connection with those events properly sanctioned by the city.
You're gonna have to do fairgrounds, you got Speedway and you got Agner Hall.
Yeah, so why don't I guess, are you guys okay with the language that I have for the bullying and profanity?
I am. But what's the consequences gonna be?
The penalty is under the section 1099, which is the general penalty. I think they can fine them up to $100. I think, isn't that what the 1099 is? Help me out here.
I would just rewrite that thing.
And for
overall.
for the drinking, like, can you designate, like, at the Speedway, it has to be inside the fenced area of the Speedway, Agner Hall, it has to be in Agner Hall, not
Right.
outside of Agner Hall?
They have poker runs over too, Mike.
So we got the Speedway, we got Agner Hall.
What are you gonna do about poker runs and stuff they have?
Can
outside?
they come and have to get a temporary waiver
What if we put in
for something like that?
Well, I think it's required to have a reserve officer or some other,
Fall Fest.
Fairgrounds.
But at Fall Fest, you can't drink on the street, it's only in designated areas.
Signed area.
I just want to make sure, keep down from somebody has a party next, and they're,
Right.
just
Well, I
walking
do
around
know,
outside
I do
on
know a couple
regular
of
party.
parties that those do extend into
You
the
got
outdoor,
Speedway
to the
people.
outdoor pavilion.
To the pavilion.
Drink everybody in our campers.
Which is part of Agner Hall, so I think that would be one of the
Or
same.
maybe if it's then inside the
people
fenced
camping,
area.
too.
Fenced in area, there you go.
What?
People camping there too. I mean, you,
Just won't you
Well,
make
keep it inside the fenced area.
Okay. Not just Agner Hall, just inside the
All,
fenced area.
Agner Hall fenced in area and Speedway. That way it's not outside the fence.
Fenced area.
That's not fenced.
Where?
There, just put
On the right side, it's not.
fairgrounds.
Circle track, that's not fenced. The area around that.
Oh,
Yeah,
people drink down there.
Just put the fairgrounds.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm just saying,
Everybody's.
if you allow it out in the parking lot, and people's gonna do what they're gonna do, but
you're not.
the next thing, you're gonna have glass bottles all out in the parking lot, you're gonna, out, the parking lot out front.
Either.
They've probably been doing it all along anyway, Mike.
I know, but we should at least be addressing it.
Yeah.
We can't, you can tell people anything you want. Some people's gonna do what they want, but at least we're addressing the situation. So you don't want drinking at ride-in share? You know?
there's a playground
No
there
drinking
too.
in the parking lots.
Well, I can't say inside fenced area, because that's not right either, because then they wouldn't be allowed at the,
Yeah, it's supposed
well,
to,
the other thing is that Conservancy's,
because it's supposed to be that way
Conservancy
now.
still
Add
It's not
motorcycle
supposed to be
track,
parking or drinking in the park.
fairground.
did you hear me? I said Conservancy still owns it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and we got the softball fields over there too.
Well, that's conservancy,
That's
not city.
conservancy, that's
Yeah.
They, but they voted at the meeting,
Lawrenceburg.
just so you know, they did vote at the meeting to transfer that motorcycle track last October. That hasn't happened yet, so we can't really
I have a survey plat in hand, it'll go in front of the plan commission Wednesday.
Okay.
And back in front of this board your next meeting,
Awesome.
so we can get it recorded.
But all those
Good.
ballparks are in city limits.
So then, in conjunction with that, we can make sure that that's addressed in this ordinance as well. Okay,
What
because the
ballpark?
motorcycle track's not inside the
Where
fenced
LCD's
area.
got-
Well, you're not allowed to drink over there.
They got their, good,
Huh?
good, they don't have it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not
they-
supposed to drink
But
there.
I mean, we oughta, if you're gonna do an ordinance, you oughta.
There's
put it in
no,
there.
there's
Still
nothing
city
up
limits.
on the hill. You can't drink in that park, right?
Now, they have weddings
We tell people no alcohol though.
and parties and
First reunion.
Tell them no.
We tell people no alcohol when they call us.
Because the thing is, you start thinking about it, you want to talk about liabilities.
Right.
There you come into some liabilities.
The only way they can have drinking is if they hire the reserve officer.
Right.
But I'm talking about like the park on the hill and,
But that's in Agner Hall. But the
Because-
public parks,
Can't you do the same thing?
well, like Agner Hall though,
It's on the park?
we
but
always
Agner-
tell everybody public parks no alcohol.
but like Agner Hall, when you rent that's for your private party. You can't rent a park.
Right.
For there could be all kinds of kids come or
True.
whatever. You can't keep keep them them out. out. Boat dock on there too then.
Come on, Aaron.
Well, that's considered a
Boat
park,
dock?
isn't it?
They drink down there on their boats.
So boat docks would be another one we need to add, right?
Hey, you started slapping these $100 fines, boy. We're gonna be bringing some money in.
Okay. I'll bring a, how about when I get it done, I will try to email it to you all, put in PDF and see how you guys like it. And if there's any other suggestions, then we'll try to get it back on. So I guess we just need a motion to table this.
Entertain a motion table. Some of the, second.
So, yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Amend one section 9001 and 9002 as well.
Whole business, Suzanne, unpaid dental claims.
Okay, these were both left by Jackie. She said you have all the information in your packet. The first is unpaid dental claims due to HIPAA regulations. I don't think I need to go into names or details.
Suzanne, I don't have it in my packet, but I think my name was on one of the list last time, that's like $20 or something.
Yeah.
I didn't have it in my packet either, about the unpaid dental claims.
Hey, Jackie said that it was in everybody's packets
I don't have it.
in a previous meeting, or maybe not this time, but previously you have received them, the information.
I think I did see something, my name was on there like $20 or something.
I can look.
And Jenny
I don't
explained
wanna
it
vote
to
on my
me,
names on
but
it.
I think what happened was when they changed the dental plan, something like that, right?
Change the dental plan.
She didn't even explain it to me. She
Insurance
said that she had already
Yeah.
talked to you guys
There
about
was
this.
just a lapse in between the time that the one took effect and one other.
Well, they had said that their coverage was the same, and then after the small print shows up, it's not, so
There's a
there was
difference.
the issue.
So how much?
We need a motion to pay. Total, it looks like, if I'm reading this chart correctly, $739.10.
Get a motion?
$739.10.
10 cents. Anybody?
And
Where's that gonna come
It will
from?
come out of our insurance line where it would have normally come from anyway. 284-130-341.
Entertain a motion to pay it?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
I'm going to abstain, 'cause I believe my name was on that list for $20
I
or
won't
$30.
deny or confirm that.
Huh?
I won't
Yeah,
deny or
but
confirm that,
I
but
think it is for 20 or 30, so I'm going to abstain from it.
Can you give me the amount again on that?
$739.10.
We have a roll call, please.
Jane Pope,
Yes.
Aaron Cook,
Abstain.
William Bruner,
Yes.
Mike Lawrence,
Yes.
and JR over there.
Yes.
Hey, Suzanne, you got per for EMTs?
I do. This information also was in your packets. I can't give you a lot of information about it, other than the fact that it was never done, apparently.
Bob, you probably explain that better than anybody.
This is LERU. Perf.
Got 19 months.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's it. There was.
George come here,
Yeah, he George
Long-
one time for
yeah.
it.
Yeah, we.
Yes.
That on this so far,
Here's the date.
and we thought it had been paid. It wasn't, and we had meeting on top of meeting, and then you take care of, and it never got taken care of.
Well, didn't we vote to pay that back?
The amount was a lot different.
Yeah, it was.
Initially, it
a
was,
amount, but yeah, you guys voted to pay it, even, I think, before we come up.
it was like $20,000, a little over 20,000, but with perf's figures,
Penalties.
it was a lot more.
penalties, There's penalties applied on top of that.
Well, the buyback, the amount of buyback is a little ridiculous on their terms.
It is.
Big time.
And this does not include Dale Reinhardt or Richard Clark because they were
Right.
the original members. So this would exclude them.
Does this pay the time served too? Does that, they go back on that?
Yeah, they just,
Yeah,
they went
we
back to
paid-
2006 instead of 2005, I believe. is how it
April
worked.
of '03 to.
Oh, 3.
They weren't covered from the period, it looks like April 1st, 2003, excuse me, to January 1st, 2005. So 19 months.
So,
And what's the total amount that needs to be paid?
Or I'm sorry, 1 year, 9 months she's got. $104,195 even.
How much is it?
Wow.
$104,195 even.
From 20,000 to that?
Yeah, the buyback figures, the way that they figure it, it's wild.
That's for 8 employees, that's the,
that's perf doing that.
What's that?
8 employees.
8 employees. That's the total for the 8, and that's not per employee. That's the total for all 8.
For 19 months.
Well, Jackie has 1 year and 9 months. But it'd be a little over the night. It'd be 21 months. It'd be a little over
That's
the
gonna
19.
take out come out of some budgeted money we already have? Apparently, or she would have did appropriation.
Well, we need to know where from.
Take out our building money.
You got it in building money?
$1 million in profit.
Get out there. The board wants to.
Out of where?
Out of our building.
Building?
Billing.
Billing.
Up to the board.
What you think we got in there?
Is that on here?
I have no clue, Bobby.
Bet.
No idea.
We won't spend it all. I guarantee that.
How much do you have in your billing?
I'm gonna guess, I'd say $1 million at least.
Yeah, he's pretty accurate.
That's not counting the non-reverting.
Well, let's take it out of the billing then.
I've probably got maybe $500,000 non-reverting. That might be a little high, but
You make a motion, take it out of there?
I'd make a motion to pay the unpaid dental claims
No.
through.
No.
Perf.
Oh, perf. The perf and EMTs, for the EMTs, and take it out of billing funds.
Do you know the line?
EMT billing.
That's what I'm looking for.
Here a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against? Ayes have it. Okay, Leslie, dismissal of lawsuit.
That's just a copy of the order. This is the wreck that happened up on State Line Road, out on State Line Road. We were dismissed from it, which I told you that would probably happen. That's a good thing. That's all I have on that, unless you guys have any questions.
Any questions? Salary ordinance amendment.
We tried to do this back in, I believe, I don't know. I brought it back to you all because, one of the things that needed to be changed was all of the yearly, which are all the contract employees, need to be broken down to weekly. I did include a little sheet in there to break that down so you could see what, those particular amounts, how that was calculated. And that would be for Mr. Hughes, Mr. Davis, Ms. Well, Ms. Felix, and for, what's Brittany's last name?
Dollar.
There we go. Ms. Dollar, sorry. So that's where those changes are, and that includes, now with the meeting working foreman and the meter technician in the meeting department, they received in the last salary ordinance a 50-cent due to the skilled trade adjustment, and they should have only received 25 cents. So that's the difference there.
Why are these people? Okay, why are these people getting?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
And then the fire department, if you remember, Johnny came to us,
Pretty sure this is the last one. This is last
geez,
year.
Johnny, when was that?
August.
August of last year, with these amounts for their, different classifications, which were not in the previous salary ordinance, so we did add those.
What'd you just say, Leslie?
The fire department, the last part of it is the fire department, and we had a work session with Mr. Tremaine, and he brought those to us as far as the different
They pay a little bit different
classifications.
Depending on their classifications right here.
Almost
If they have these
2 million.
different classes, they might get paid a little bit more or less. My biggest question is on the marketing director, that's a $24,000 more than they're making now.
Did I miscalculate that?
You sure did.
104,000 if you take it this, and right now it's 80.
Okay, sorry.
Weekly?
Yeah.
That could have been my,
Yeah, that's not right.
Are you talking about the corrections on the dollar amounts on the?
yeah, sorry.
She put
Like I said,
2,000 weekly. What would it be? 80,000 divided by 52?
That'd be $104,000, 52 weeks.
That's 50, sorry, you're right. I'm sorry.
1538.
1538.46.
Oh, she's about to give you a raise.
That was not my intention, I just was.
She
trying
should
to-
make $1,538.46 a week.
So why is all this getting
I ain't voting on
Um,
that.
in?
I ain't gonna approve any of it. Because
Suzanne, could you,
I can try here.
Because
There's a
it's already been
discrepancy
done.
when you do, if you don't do the weekly, if you have 52 weeks in a year or 53, you're gonna be off in budget. Like, let's say you based everything on the 52, but there were 53 weeks, then you're gonna have a negative balance at the end of the year
every 7 years.
in line items.
but
You're saying
we did
So
it
this-
53
last year.
pay period.
Correct. So this, and our pay periods are every Wednesday.
Which things you have
So
a problem with?
this
I got a problem with
just
all
kind
of
of
it.
allows
Should've been
for
taken care
any
of
kind
when
of
we did the,
leeway in a week. I mean, it's,
salary ordinance.
we're really only talking
I think
52
they
or
just changed
53.
this. I don't know what this is about.
And I think this happened last year, and that's why we're trying to alleviate it from happening again.
Is it going down?
So it helps if you just budget it weekly.
27, okay.
Yeah, that was at
They
the
should be
suggestion of
making
the
us
clerk's
26.
office, Mike.
This is what should be in the default.
So then basically we're changing them to weekly.
Yes.
Yeah, did you hear the explanation? Okay.
Base this like this.
Need more?
Well, are you talking about the union positions or the salary positions? I understand on the salary why you, because
salary.
my W-2 is shorted 16 cents every year. I don't make what I should make to the penny. It's always less. So I can understand on salary, you're gonna be a little less, maybe a little over. But, I can't understand why in the meter department, the metering.
I can't
working
answer for that.
Foreman and the meter technician too, without going back to the union, is getting a raise.
I don't have anything to do
No.
with utility or payroll.
What
or-
happened with,
I have no
that,
idea.
Jane, is the original amount should have only been 25 cents and not, let me double check that. But I'm almost positive that was the reason.
They're gonna be making more money.
From the skilled trade adjustment. Their skilled trade adjustment should have only been 25 cents because they are a AMR tech, which under the skilled trade adjustment only makes 25 cents, not 50 cents, as far as the skilled trade adjustment. So those two positions in the salary ordinance had it at 50 cents and not 25 cents. So that's what we were,
Look in there and see what, beanery and working
So have they
foreman
been
hourly
paid
wage is.
more
26.89.
than they should have?
That's what it should be.
26.89
Correct.
plus 25 cents on the skilled trade adjustment. That's what has to go in the salary ordinance in order for them to get the skilled trade adjustment.
I thought you guys took care of all the skilled adjustments the last time, and you're supposed
Yeah.
to have them included.
Well, and they were included, but I put them at 50 cents instead of 25 cents when that was pointed out by Vicky. They only make 25 cents as an AMR tech, not 50.
So have they been overpaid?
Yes, by 25 cents.
Are they paying that back?
That would be under your direction, I guess, or the utility boards, I guess.
So they're gonna go down, the metering, working foreman's gonna go from 27.14 to 26.89?
No. 26.89 is the base pay. That's what's in the 2014 union contract. With 25 cents, that makes it 27.14.
How many times has this been voted on?
How many times has this been?
Salary ordinance?
Yeah. I did bring it back to you in, when was that? Johnny, was that March or February?
I think more on February.
And the main thing was, with the mayor's assistant's contract. That's why we brought it back. We didn't do anything until there was an appropriation made, which that finally got done, so.
What's the board want to do?
Well, if it makes the books right.
Yeah. Go ahead and read it, I guess.
So everything, the union positions will be, the first two will be, corrected to the 25 cents.
Mm-hmm,
The mayor's assistant, is correct in there right now, right?
mm-hmm.
The utility director's correct. HR lady's correct.
Yes.
The marketing director will be corrected to 153846.
Correct.
County. And then the rest is the paper run stuff for the fire department. And that's all.
Yeah. Now, the other, we reviewed section G. If you look at section 2G, that when the new union contract came out, there are certain articles that applied and didn't apply to the employment contract people. So Jenny and I went through these again to make sure why we were doing an amendment, to make sure that all of these were right. Because I think with the new contract, they changed stuff around. There was, certain sections, articles in the union contract. Like, for instance, the grievance procedure would not apply to them. Breaks and lunchtime would not apply to them. No strike clause did not apply to them. So there are certain things that, according to their contracts that says that, it's according to the union contract. And this section is just basically shows which ones are applicable to them and not.
According to the budget, the mayor's assistant redevelopment director is incorrect. I never could find the utility director. I might have overlooked it, but I couldn't find him. The human resource person is incorrect. We just established that the marketing director was incorrect. And the CT accounting is correct.
No, the mayor's assistant redevelopment director, you did an additional appropriation, Jane. Once he signed his contract. So that amount right there, that
signed no contract.
When he signed his contract, I said.
Board of Works done the contract. And
look at me.
Where is utility director's pay in the budget book? Would you have any?
Well, the last salary ordinance was $115,739.84. And divide that by 52, and it's 222,577. Someone's got some base.
So if that was the last salary ordinance, why wasn't it done correct, and why are we doing it again? Because that's the same numbers on this paper.
We're doing it again. If you didn't, I think you were talking when Suzanne explained it all. We're doing it because of the difference between a 53-week year and a 52-week year. And that's how I think, told you guys that's how it could be.
Umball suggested that we do that just to keep
Bi-weekly
everything.
instead of yearly in your salary ordinance, so they're getting paid what they should as far as per week.
That way there's no negative numbers at the end if you have 53 pay periods.
Because we just did have that last year.
Yeah, it happened
2013.
last year.
I don't think we have another one
Everything
till
was based on
2020.
52, we ended up with 53, and then you have a shortage. This alleviates that. You just say, this is how much we're gonna pay per week.
And the 53-week or year only happens every
7 years, I
7 years.
believe. Isn't that right? I believe that's right.
several years.
7. It might be 6, but I know it doesn't happen
think it's
very
7.
often.
Gotcha.
So, I guess, would this be number 5, since the other one didn't pass?
I believe so.
Okay. Amendment to ordinance number 20, 2013, fixing the rate of compensation of all employees of the city of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana. Whereas the common council of the city of Lawrenceburg is required to pass a new salary ordinance for all union and non-union employees for the city pursuant to the union contract passed by the Board of Works and other employment contracts as provided by law and subject to appropriations. Whereas there are some required amendments to the ordinance number 20, 2013 in various departments. Now therefore be it ordained by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, that Section 1, following schedule rate of compensation of the following employees of the city of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, Dearborn County, Indiana, beginning January 1st, 2014, is amended as follows. Union positions, metering department, metering working foreman, 27.14 hourly. Meter technician 2, 24.95 hourly. Non-union positions, mayor assistant redevelopment director, 1,638.50 weekly. Utility director, $2,225.77 weekly. Human resource director, $1,126.47 weekly. Marketing director, $1,538.46 weekly. CT accounting, $960 weekly. Fire department assistant fire chief, deputy chief, 20. Is that not even on there?
Mm-mm.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what that was.
What was the marketing director weekly?
1538.46.
And I didn't bring my, you didn't bring anything, did you?
Well, that should be in the regular salary ordinance.
Yes, that assistant fire
That
chief.
should be already set in the last one. That can probably drop off.
Assistant fire chief?
It's already on the
It is already.
existing ordinance. so
It is
should
on
be
the
good.
existing ordinance.
Perfect.
I don't know why that was put in there like that. I don't know. Volunteer pay per run meeting, $20 per run / meeting. Volunteer mandatory firefighter, $10 hourly. Volunteer FF1 and second class firefighter, $10.50 hourly. Volunteer FF2 and first class firefighter, $11 hourly. Volunteer mandatory firefighter, first responder, $11.50 hourly. Volunteer FF1 and second class firefighter, first responder, $12 hourly. Volunteer FF2 and first class firefighter master / first responder, $12.50 an hour hourly. Voluntary mandatory firefighter / EMT or greater, $13 hourly. Volunteer FF1 and second class firefighter EMT or greater, $13.50 hourly. Volunteer FF2 and first class firefighter or master EMT or greater, $14 hourly. Note this, the above is a wage schedule only, is not to be screwed as work classification. Section 2G, all other non-union employees and appointees' benefits and other working conditions, including those contained in the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, and the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and Local Union Number 1391, but only as prescribed if applicable by employment contract under Article 4, Article 5, Article 6, Article 7, Article 8, Section 1 through 4, Article 9, Article 10, Article 11, Article 13, Article 17, Article 18, Article 20, Article 23, Article 24, Article 25, Article 26, Article 28, Article 29, and Article 30. In addition, the non-union salary positions, as stated in their employment contract, shall receive an annual cost of living increase based on the average hourly percentage increase in said collective bargaining agreement. Section 5, any other salary ordinances or parts of ordinance in conflict herewith are hereby repealed. Passed by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, on this 5th day of May, 2014.
Okay, motion approved first reading.
Real quick, was utility director part of this? This other page? There's a,
Yeah, that's just an explanation as far as broke it down weekly.
but that figure's not right, that weekly.
You want that?
If you multiply that,
115,739.
and it's not off much, but it's off.
Divided by 52. I mean, it came up, I rounded the 7 to,
Okay, I just multiplied by 52 and it's 115,740.04.
when I take 115,739.84 divided by 52, it comes up to 2,225.76,615. You can do anything.
Comes up to what?
Do 53.
Should we be doing 53 or 52?
No, it'd be 52. 84 divided by 52. 2,225.77.
That's correct. Mike, that's correct.
Okay, it's probably on the
You got some
cents.
rounding issues.
Yep.
That's what happens.
You
with-
rounded it up to the highest.
All right. Motion to approve the first reading ordinance number 5, 2014. A motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jane Pope,
No.
Aaron Cook,
Yes.
William Brunner,
Yes.
Mike Lawrence.
No.
What?
No.
And J.R. Holcraft.
Yes.
Second, third.
Table second.
Yeah, I mean, you can go ahead and do the second, but we'll just do the second, third, the next meeting.
Table next meeting. Okay.
Let's see here.
Greendale Redevelopment Commission Resolution Interlocal for Polygraph.
Well, we brought these to you, and Grant, help me out, was that February when we brought all the rest of them?
Yeah, we had presented December 30th and then brought into January and
Okay.
February.
So these are last year's?
Yes.
Yes. And let me make sure I have the right one here. We are looking at a resolution. Do you have a number for me?
What number, Suzanne?
I don't even have a resolution. What was the first one we did back here? Would be the next one.
That was Board of Works.
Oh. No, Chuck, you didn't give me a resolution number. I don't think we've had very many.
At any rate, the interlocal, what I think you guys tabled it last time was because you wanted a, look at the addendum. Well, and actually, the addendum is attached to the economic development agreement. This is an addendum. If you remember this project, Polycraft Products at Greendale this is an expansion of their original construction. The monies were granted of $250,000. And I think what stopped it was that, and when Mr. Abden was here, I think, Mike, you asked if we could we could make sure that the addendum to the economic development agreement be presented to you. It is in your packet,
Yeah,
so.
and that they were spending their money for, it's in there.
Right. So, I guess, I'll go ahead and proceed with resolution concerning, the interlocal agreement with the Greendale Redevelopment Commission. A resolution regarding the enter into an interlocal agreement with the Greendale Redevelopment Commission. Whereas the city has the authority to enter into interlocal agreements pursuant to Indiana Code 36174 at SEC. And whereas the city of Lawrenceburg desires to invest a portion of its gaming revenue in surrounding Indiana counties in the form of economic development grants. And whereas the Greendale Redevelopment Commission was granted some monies for expansion of the construction of the Polygraph Products project in Greendale, Indiana. And whereas the city of Lawrenceburg wishes to enter into an interlocal agreement with the Greendale Redevelopment Commission for said project. Now therefore be it resolved by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, that the City of Lawrenceburg enter an interlocal agreement with the Greendale Redevelopment Commission for the Polygraph project. Easy for me to say, Polygraph Products project. Passed by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, this 5th day of May, 2014.
Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it.
I'll get with you in a minute. We can do this.
Two resolutions for interlocals for Dearborn County Redevelopment Commission.
Okay. There's two separate resolutions. The first one, and without a resolution number, it is just an interlocal agreement concerning the Dearborn County planning studies. And it is with the Dearborn County Redevelopment Commission. The interlocal has to do with the Dearborn County Regional Strategic Vision Plan in conjunction with the area mayors. And I believe that the total grant was originally requested for $400 or $450, and you all did pare it down to $270,000. So. And what we were waiting on here was, this came up, I tried to get this one passed, I believe, because it didn't really have the ED director, the independent contractor position for this board. But there is, that independent contractor agreement is attached to the other, interlocal, which has to do with it. So I think, on my notes anyway, you wanted to see a copy of the, independent contractor contract before you would enter into either one of these, so.
Why is it that the city's picking up the tab for this individual? Being shared.
I don't know, like I said, I know that the grant was already approved. I want to answer that.
Well, if you recall, on December 30th, there was some discussion about that, and this position was actually funded the last 3 years back through the Economic Development Initiative that was run over at the Chamber. And the discussion that took place on December 30th was to work on trying to find ways to fund that in the future, but we pretty well came to a consensus that we would use that grant to fund it this year.
Because I remember I had an issue with funding this position, which isn't answering to this city. You know, I mean, the city's one, but.
Right. But what it's doing is it's putting the, gathering up all the data, the information, and getting it set up so that all 4 entities will have access to it or have their own copies or e-files, and they can answer these RFPs independently. And the other issue was that also that there would be a survey done of the existing businesses in the county and the cities, and that information.
I don't have a problem paying for a portion. It's that Lawrenceburg's paying for the person, the full amount. That's my problem.
Do we know who this person is yet?
Nope. We couldn't advertise it or anything till this got approved.
Doesn't the county already have a economic director working for him?
No, not for this position.
Who is when I read in here, the person that they're going to answer to prior to the board? Who is that?
It's the Dearborn County Economic Commission, right?
But I thought it's had
Dearborn
something in
County
here.
Redevelopment
Sorry.
Commission President
Is the one,
David Dedden.
they're the ones that are the grantee. They are going to administer to make sure that their only role, I believe, is to make sure that everything's being spent as the grant. Is that correct?
Right.
That's my understanding, but.
And then the oversight committee consists of the 3 mayors and a commissioner and Mr. Dedden. And the other issue that came into play was we ran into an issue about just the same issue. If we did it here, then we're hiring somebody and then the benefits and that. So we ran into the issue over there. And if you reviewed it, you'll see that it's a contract person for
No benefit.
1 year, no benefit. I mean, you can tell that was 2 months of going back and forth. Yeah. So
I just can't understand why they're not, splitting the bill here. That's my.
Well,
just go back to the other grant, we cut it down because the county need to put in more and stuff.
Right. Well, I wish we discussed that on December 30th. It would have been the time to do that.
Wednesday.
But I'm going to vote for it this time, but after this year, if they can't share. I would never have a part of.
Well, there's been a lot of discussion, about the, tourism tax, the portion of that's supposed to go, and so we're out there trying to gather it up at the same time, talking to these other redevelopment commissions about putting money in. Will we need to go past 1 year? I don't know, but now we're talking from July to next June. It's a lot of data to pull together, just to give you an idea here. This is a packet that we presented on 2 weeks ago for a firm out of the tri-state that's looking. So, I mean, and with the mapping and the demographic information that we have to provide them, I mean, it's a sales catalog is what it is. And so in a sense, when we're done with this file, or the files that make up this, will be sitting up here. And if it's something that fits us, then we can submit on it. If it's a rail siding, maybe it goes to West Harrison or wherever. But this is kind of on the smaller side. The aviation that Greendale did was probably twice that size. I forget, I wrote down how many gigabytes it took for that. But and then like Seamer's Milling, that was a large package too. And if we don't provide it, we have to go back through Zoom Prospector. It's all done electronically. And if we don't provide it, they just throw us out. So, a lot of effort, and we need to do it if we're going to be competitive in the tri-state area.
So I have these resolutions unless there's any more comment.
Any more comment?
Is this salary going to just one person, or is it going to be shared?
If you'll notice,
Well,
in the salary
40-something's
ordinance, it's $49,000 is what will go to the contract person. The rest of it goes to expenses for creating this data,
And
be it copying or.
I did put that in there.
Yeah.
It's for resources for said independent contractor, including the compensation, supplies, computer programs, and expenses for said contractor to serve the grantee and the Economic Development Advisory Committee. Tried to spell it out as best as I could.
Okay, any more?
So I'll do number one, just for, so you guys know which one I'm talking about. Resolution, regarding the entering into an interlocal agreement with Dearborn County Redevelopment Commission, number one. City has authority, whereas the city has the authority to enter interlocal agreements pursuant to Indiana Code 36174 at SEC. Whereas the city of Lawrenceburg desires to invest a portion of its gaming revenue in surrounding Indiana counties in the form of economic development grants. And whereas the Dearborn County Redevelopment Commission was granted some monies for Dearborn County planning studies. And whereas the city of Lawrenceburg wishes to enter into the interlocal agreement with Dearborn County, Indiana through the Redevelopment Commission for said project. Now therefore be it resolved by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, that the city of Lawrenceburg get into an interlocal agreement with Dearborn County Redevelopment Commission for their planning studies project. Passed by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, this 5th day of May 2014.
Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
No.
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Councilperson Jane Pope,
No.
Councilperson Aaron Cook,
Yes.
Councilperson William Brunner,
Yes.
Councilperson Mike Lawrence,
Yes.
Councilperson J.R. Holcraft.
Yes.
Sign that one. There's another one, too. Okay, the final one is for the economic development independent contractor. A resolution regarding the enter into an interlocal agreement with Dearborn County Redevelopment Commission, whereas the city has the authority to enter into an interlocal agreement pursuant to Indiana Code 36174 at SEC, and whereas the city of Lawrenceburg desires to invest a portion of its gaming revenue surrounding Indiana counties in the form of economic development grants, and Whereas the Dearborn County Redevelopment Commission was granted some monies for resources to employ an independent contractor for the Economic Development Advisory Committee, a joint advisory committee formed between the Dearborn County Board of Commissioners, the Dearborn County Redevelopment Commission, and the mayors of the cities of Aurora, Greendale, and Lawrenceburg. And whereas the state of Lawrenceburg wishes to enter into the interlocal agreement with Dearborn County, Indiana, excuse me, through the Redevelopment Commission for said grant.
May I make a comment? The last resolution you read, I thought you was reading for the independent contractor. That's why I voted no. But we were actually voting on the $270,000. Can the motion be put back out? And I will vote yes.
I mean, if you want to, Jane, but I think it's fine because it
Is
did
it-
pass.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so now therefore.
But we could get it all done tonight, though.
Well, the resolutions,
It
you don't need to.
doesn't have to be read more than.
No.
Okay.
Now therefore be resolved by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, that the City of Lawrenceburg enter into an interlocal agreement with the Dearborn County Redevelopment Commission in order for it to employ the independent contractor for the Economic Development Advisory Committee, passed by the Common Council of the City of Lawrenceburg, Dearborn County, Indiana, this 5th day of May, 2014.
Internal motion,
You got two of them?
I'll move.
second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All against?
No.
Roll call, please.
Councilperson Jane Pope,
No.
Councilperson Aaron Cook,
Yes.
Councilperson William Bruner,
Yes.
Councilperson Mike Lawrence,
Yes.
Councilperson J.R. Holcraft.
Yes.
4-1.
Motion passed.
I missed spots.
Okay.
So I'm done.
All right, comments from the audience.
Anybody
Anybody left? Okay.
Mayor Grant's got something.
Are you kidding me?
You're actually not the audience.
No, any questions on Hyatt Palmer from council? Hyatt Palmer, the downtown planners?
That committee you formed, will they be involved with that, or will that be
Well,
separate?
he'll be in town and he'll put together his grouping and then.
So the original one we start with has been dissolved?
Thank you very much.
Oh,
didn't sign that
way
one.
back,
You-
long time
Committee
ago.
that me, you, and,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, you did one of them.
You'll see the same faces.
Okay. Review and discuss claims, board approval.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion adjourned.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Finally.
This is a record? What was the one budget? It was till like 11 o'clock or something, wasn't it? Okay, I'll get all those to you.
Wednesday?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I'm working the election thing tomorrow, so.
Okay.
But I have those interlocals you can sign Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a call.
Okay.
Kelly, I'm taking all
So
this
just
to the store.
working
I'll leave it here.
not the poles, but start taking all the absentee ballots.
Did you get everything for everybody?
Thank you, I needed
Yeah, well, I got one of the sign sheets, I think. Did you get two of them?
Oh, yeah. Are you going to that?
Yeah, I'll
You
be
going
in.
to that conference?
Oh, the one you say.
I'll be in.
That's it.
Just call me. Just call me.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Wednesday?